Welcome, everyone. This is Saturday Evening Chats, episode number 47. And tonight we have joining us Mr. DM Foss, the co host extraordinaire,
Good afternoon, good evening.
Mr. Nighthawk Medic, Rob D. How's it going?
Doing well. I'm two people now. I want his portion, and I want the Beamer on the weekends.
Okay, you can definitely have the Beamer on the weekends. Yeah, I can't guarantee you the fortune.
Okay, well, half his guns, that'll work. All right, the 9mm.
Oh yeah, that's right. I guess I did say, well, Mr. New York Outcast, not Nighthawk Medic. Hell, what the hell? I have 3 other links out there, but not sure if any of them will join us or not. I got Wheeled and Guns and Barbecue and Nighthawk Medic. So hopefully they'll think about joining us. So I don't know. I've been really spending a lot of time looking and reading over the 3 main bills that I think are probably the most detrimental to us as United States, not just 2A, but have any of you guys paid any attention to that HR1?
No.
Nope. I don't know much about any of this stuff at this point.
So HR1 or HB1 is to take the elections away from the states and turn it into a central, like, government controlled.
I don't think they can constitutionally can do that. Because I heard somebody talking about that last year that you can't do that. But I don't remember exactly what they said about it.
See, the thing is, I don't know. It's got me kind of wondering what are they going to try when they've already proved that they can do stuff that people say they can't do. You know. So it's not one of those ones that I'm sitting back going, huh? Like Ozark says, you can't legally accept ballots after Election Day either. If they're postmarked before the election and they get tied up in the mail, that's the only, like, acceptance that there is that I know of. And some states even don't accept those. If they're not in on Election Day, if they come in the next day, they don't matter. They just don't count them. So we got
Yeah, the difference would be the accepting votes late is would be a state issue, and then they're looking to turn elections totally into a federal. So there's a slight difference between those two things, but I get what you're saying.
Well, along with that HB1, it's lowering the age of voting down to 16.
That's I don't see that happening. They've been talking about that for 20 years. And it's, they want to lower the voting age to 16, but you're not an adult until 25.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, what? Your parents are required to keep you on their insurance until you're 25,
Yeah.
but you can't own a firearm until you're 21. But
Washington State, you can't buy cigarettes or
same with
alcohol
Oregon.
until you're 21. So you're not responsible for anything. You're not responsible enough to do anything until you're over 21 or so, unless you want to vote. Apparently,
Yeah, right. Yeah. So the first person in tonight was Kingpin, followed by Scott79, DM Foss pulling double duty, Ozark Yeoman, Wiley Guns 1776. Guys, he's a newer channel, just starting out. I think he's 70, 80 subscribers, and he puts out some pretty darn good content out there. So if you haven't checked it out, you should check out his channel out there. Yeah, we got Rich White out there, gun loving grandpa, and I'm gonna throw the link out in the crowd so if Wiley has a couple minutes, he can jump on and say a few things. Yeah, I mean, the more voices we have talking about 2A, the more chances we are to get information out there that a lot more people are going to hear that may not hear it from other people, So, yes. Thank both of you, Mr. Foss and Kingpin, for posting links to his channel.
Yeah, Kingpin's quicker on the draw than I am.
Yeah, he's pretty quick out there. And then I know everybody's talking about 127 and 125. Those, I don't see those going anywhere because I think both of them are introduced by Sheila Jackson Lee. But again,
yeah, I don't see them going anywhere either.
Welcome, Wiley Gun 1776. Are you there?
Oh.
Can you hear us? Yep. He may have to try jumping back in.
He's shy.
Yeah, we got Weston Probst, who just jumped in out there.
Yeah, there was back in the 90s, mid 90s ish. Sheila Jackson Lee took a flight and she left her purse on the plane, and she wanted to go back on the plane and get her purse, but it's against regulations, so they wouldn't let her. And then she's screaming how it's racist and all this, and so they got a hold of the pilot, and he found her purse and threw it out his window onto the tarmac so they could come get it.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, she says that, an AR-15 weighs as much as 10 moving boxes and fires a 50 caliber projectile.
She wishes she had never held it.
And what was it? It fires a rate of 200 rounds like a second or something with 30 caliber clips. Yep, she's held one before. Well, so Rob, what do you got to talk about today? Something positive.
Positive? I
Well,
rolled
I
out
really
of bed
don't.
around noon and had a guy I wasn't expecting show up and hand me $500. I guess that was positive. Other
Damn.
than that, I don't have too much positive for today. Be, as far as the politics, all that, I've been staying out of it lately. So, in my opinion, it doesn't matter at this point until something changes. There's accountability. You can vote if you want to, if you think it counts, but it's pretty clear it doesn't. In my opinion. So, until something happens, I care less. We'll see what happens when I'm confronted, and I'll just leave it at that. So there ain't no point in talking crap or whatever, or worrying about stuff I honestly don't care about. So till things happen, put it that way. So, or if something doesn't happen, I don't know. But I'm kind of fed up with the whole deal. So personally, but that's just me. That's why I'm holding quiet on these bills, because I haven't followed it. Honestly, I don't care. You can try to make me do whatever the hell you want to, and we'll see what happens.
Yep. I understand that part of it, and what gets me is the people that say, "Well, if they pass any of these gun laws, then I lost mine in a boating accident, or I sold them all." Dude, you're still gonna get your door kicked in. you know?
Yeah, I mean, people are people, and talk's cheap. So, yeah, I don't know. For every show to be worrying about it and this and that, I just don't see the point, especially when half of it's not even a thing yet. So, I mean, obviously, if we don't do nothing, if we don't complain, then they can roll everything over on us. But that's what they're clearly doing anyway. So what's it matter as far as the election? So I don't know. Yeah, doing the same thing and expecting different results is considered insanity. So just getting tired of playing the game.
Yeah.
But more than happy to bullshit about anything else. I had to restrain my mother this week, so that was something. But
okay. Why would you?
Medical issue. I don't know. They don't even know what it is, but she was not acting herself, and had to go check her out and basically kind of break into her secure building to get to her, because there's a whole story with that too. But needless to say, and then convinced EMS not to call the police, and it turned out to be a whole ordeal. But thankfully, she's home now, back to normal. Everything's good, and the doctors have no freaking clue. So, gotta love the medical system.
Did she have a UTI?
No. Nope. Tested for that, spinal tap, EKG, or CAT scans. They went through all types of stuff. So, no idea, supposedly. So, which is odd, because she was opposite of the person I've known my whole life. I mean, I've never had to disarm her and physically restrain her. I don't think many people had with their parents, so it's kind of strange. But it was a hairy thing. But
my first couple things I would think is UTI, and then if they tested and that was a negative, then the worst part would be if it's early onset of like dementia or Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah, it'd be sketchy. It's got me worried. There's no sign of it. They're not stating at this point or anything like that, but something's going on. I know she had treatment for cancer a while ago, and she's got a small dead spot in her brain, but
well,
so it's
and
hard to say what could be happening from that or anything. So,
that there could cause misfires in
yeah.
in the brain. So I mean, that could be, the entire situation. Unfortunately,
Oh yeah, I've tried to express that myself, but they, start with a drug test. They go through everything first, and anything you try to suggest, they look at you like you're crazy because who the hell are you?
Do you hold a medical license?
That's dealt with it for the last 4 years, but you don't know shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm thinking of taking her out of my area and going up to a neurosurgeon in Albany. So I've got to call and see what it's going to cost and insurance and stuff. But I'm tired of this stuff.
Do you have any like medical hospital, like schooling hospitals, like where they're like teaching and stuff like that?
Yeah, not right local in my area, but yeah, there is some. But so I mean, it's some are fine, and some of those cases are great, and usually more affordable in a sense. But
because I know
I haven't really considered that, so I'm trying to look for somebody that knows what the hell they're doing in their field that can come up with more than they don't know all the time. So.
See, the thing with like a lot of those, because like in Washington, you got the UW that has a hospital over there, and so you can like call them, and they have a lot of like different researches that they're doing, and sometimes you can get them in on like a study, so it costs you nothing, and they don't even bill your insurance because it's all about. And so they have top-notch doctors that are there that are teaching these students. So I had a buddy who has epilepsy, and I got him into the UW medicine, and he went over there, had his evaluation, and they were going to take him on, but he kind of chickened out when they explained to him, hey, you'll have to come over here for like 3 or 4 days. We're going to keep you in the hospital. We're going to completely take you off all your medications and then have you run different tests while we got electrodes hooked up so we can find out where exactly in your brain that the seizures are getting triggered, and find out if there's a way to fix it or not. And so I had went and did all that when his neurologist was like, no, they won't accept him, blah, blah, blah. And so I went and fought and got him in there, and then he backed out. So that's when I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to keep putting a bunch of time into this, and everything.
Trying to help somebody that don't want to help themselves.
Yep.
Taking time out of your day. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Been there, done that. Yeah, definitely just got to try something different. So I know when it comes to medical, certain areas you keep getting the same answers in a sense. One guy I know was 2 doctors here wanted to cut his leg off after some bypasses or something, circulation issues and stuff. They actually screwed up the first time, screwed up his stuff. And went back in, tried to fix it. They couldn't get it right. And then the next thing you know, they want to take his leg off, and the guy's walking around and everything. And he was just at a point where he was about to do it, hired me to do a deck for him, which he would normally do himself. But because of the condition, he didn't want, he couldn't move around all that much. His leg would swell up, all that type of stuff. So told him to go, out of our area to another place. Basically, he went up there, started doing a therapy thing, this and that. It's like 2 years later, he still got his leg, and he thanks me every time I talk to him. You know what I mean? So, and basically, it seemed like the doctors were trying to cover up their mistake, and the best way they could do that was just get rid of the damn leg. So it seemed. Yep. So it's like, Jesus Christ. Like, basically, yeah. So it's like, so he's. Like I said, like I talked to him yesterday, he was thanking me. So I'm like, so I mean, it's just, and it's not me. All I did was open his mind up to go get another opinion. I mean, this isn't like you're talking about a car or a freckle or something. You're talking about your damn leg, dude. Like, don't just settle for what's close and convenient. Look around. Everybody's telling you, and you might be stuck, but. And sure enough, they did something screwed up and tried to get rid of it, because here he is now, still, trucking around fine with 2 legs.
That's always a good thing.
That's why I'm hitting the same thing with my mom, where it's just I got to take her out of the area. And when I had issues with my daughter after the Gardasil shot, and she ended up getting cerebral palsy, or Bell's palsy, paralyzed overnight, just out the blue. All our hospitals had no clue, nothing. And I ended up taking her out of the area. And in the end, she walked out when other kids had the same issue, and they didn't. Actually, there was a boy we seen that died a couple days while my daughter was in there. So there was it was a weird feeling walking out with your kid with the other parents looking at you like, you felt so freaking bad, but so happy at the same time. But I will say I passed on their experimental cocktail. After a long, heated discussion with the doctor, and even he said he would, and they weren't very happy with him. But stay. She ended up walking out doing fine. So you got to look around sometimes. You can't just do what your doctor tells you. Okay, sure. If you want to lose your damn leg for no reason, go for it.
Exactly. Weston says I had a positive buy of some XM855. But he needed money to fund his lure making hobby, so I bought 150 rounds for $100. Yeah, and
is that the green tip? I think that's green tip. XM M55. Am I wrong?
Yeah, if it's AR crap, I have no clue what you're talking about. It's like
I can't think offhand, but I know the better stuff is the M, whatever. The XM, from what I'm told, is disqualified from military service. Basically, like didn't meet military standards, so it's the civilian market. So if you are going for the green one and are looking for penetration, you might want to go with the one that met the standards, which is harder to find nowadays. But I could be wrong, and that this might be the ball ammo. I can't recall right now.
He's saying green tip.
So
okay, yeah. I've got both of those. I haven't done any personal tests with them lately, but it's good stuff. I think all in all. So it's not as accurate, some would state, or argue in a sense, but as far as penetration, it is a little better.
So we got Gun Living Grandpa out in the crowd, Mike, Earth. Thank you, Weston. Glad you guys enjoyed the show yesterday. And I see we got Guns and Barbecue out in the crowd, who does have a link if he decides he wants to open his email and find it. We've got 38 Super Partisan out there. Defense Dad's yelling, buy a gun. I'm not sure why we're buying guns, but this man...
he's talking about me. I can't. They shut my stuff down. I can buy a long gun, can't buy a handgun. to my knowledge, they're still closed down. So you purchase it, but you can't pick it up, possess it, or technically take possession until you can get it approved and put on your damn permit. So
I see Wheeled and Well Arms out in the crowd also. He has got a link in his email box also. We have JMA, Jefferson Martial Arts, out in the crowd. Welcome. And we've got Miss Vanessa Kitty. Oh, he says, sing it to the Lone Ranger theme.
Buy a gun, buy a gun, buy a gun, gun, gun.
Yep. He's like, you're not sure why we're buying guns? We need a reason? Exactly. That's why I'm saying, if I go into a store and I see a gun that I like and I have the spare cash, it's going to probably go home with me. So, unless the wife happens to be there and figures out what I'm doing before it's too late.
not me. I'm too cheap. There's lots of stuff I'd like, and then I consider the time it takes for me to, justify the cost of that money and this and that. And I'm like, it ain't worth it. Usually takes me 3 trips to the store to buy a damn pair of sneakers. So I'm like,
So, welcome to the panel, Mr. Guns and Barbecue.
How you doing? I didn't even realize I had an email.
Well,
He didn't see it.
Yeah, he couldn't see it.
I'm going to say the Braille feature still doesn't work on my phone. Waiting for them to, start putting stuff that pops up on the screen.
Yeah, they have that stuff that pops up on the screen. It's just most likely that will infect your phone.
I stopped watching those kinds of videos a long time ago.
Yeah, Guns and Barbecue was saying that, or not Guns, Defense Dad was saying that he was in a shop yesterday and almost ended up with a new, I think, rifle, but decided to think twice about it. Vanessa says that it takes her months to find shoes that fit. 3 trips is chump change.
Yeah, a lot of those trips are an hour away, unfortunately. Depending where what stores you want to go to is an hour one way, an hour another way, or an hour this way. So it's a pain, but yeah, shoes can be tricky, I think. So one of the things I don't mind spending money on. Well, I shouldn't say that. I always complain, but spend more than I guess people might think. I guess I don't know, for being a cheap guy, but yeah, it's comfort, man. Everything starts with your feet, in a sense. Back problems, hip problems, all that stuff. Modern footwear really isn't, up to par, honestly. Most of these brands where everything's flat based and this and that is just, it's a bad deal for your feet, for your kids, honestly. So it's something I think is going to be a big issue that comes up in the future with people as far as disabilities. It's, they go for fashion over comfort and function, in a sense, and that's going to take a toll over time.
Yeah. I have to buy something that has high arch support, or it's just I will destroy a pair of shoes in like a month and a half if they don't have high arch support. So,
well, feet are different sizes. Both your feet are actually a little different. It's almost like female breast. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But in general, most people just walk in and see what they like, say, "Oh, that's my size." Throw it on, and it feels good right there, and they're good to go. But they don't think of expansion or things like that with their feet in cases. So that's why you go to nicer end places, they actually sit you down, measure your foot, and get you a proper shoe that feels good, and you're not complaining. You know what I mean? There's a big difference. It costs more, but it's more comfortable, and therefore your day is more productive, and blah 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 blah. And you don't have to buy a bunch of crap to fake gel for a week until that shit don't work anymore either.
So
See,
Rob just randomly throws in, it's like boobies.
right? Just slips
Oh
that
yeah, come on!
right in.
I'm sure you guys have seen some differences. I mean, shit, I've seen one chick. You were like, "What? Like, is that real?" Like, there's quite
She's
a bit
got
of lopsidedness going on. You could pick her out of a freaking lineup. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I know. Like, so when I lived back in Washington, I would go over to North Bend to the outlet malls, go to Nike Town, or a few of those different stores over there, Birkenstock, and yeah, they always would measure your feet and get you shoes that were the right size for them. And so when I would go make that trip over there, because it was like about a 2-hour drive. So if I was going to make that trip, I'd go over and buy like 3 pairs of shoes. And most of the time when you'd go into the outlet malls, and that same pair of shoes that would cost you $100 at a normal store is going to cost you like $25. So I could get 3 pairs of Nikes for like under $100 and be set for the entire year. So I see we are joined out in the crowd by MCK. So Defense Dad says, it was just a Rossi RS22. Not sure why, but I really want one of those El Cheapos. They're kind of cool. Hey, there's no reason to explain why you want any kind of a firearm. I don't care if it's a pistol, revolver, rifle, full auto. If it catches your eye and your heart says you need it, you damn well need it and take it home with you. That's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong. And that's probably why I get in trouble.
Yeah, you're wrong. So all your bills are covered. So all your stuff's handled, and you got extra. Then you can go ahead and buy it and still keep your extra. You can't blow your extra on it because things happen. Life comes up, and you shouldn't depend on your credit card or your mama or daddy or wife to fix your damn problems. So have extra money, people.
I kind of figured that was something that would not need to be said to adults, that they should be financially managing their lives before they go getting
but there's a couple of forms on that as well. Paying for your credit card isn't really properly management, but that's the whole nother discussion.
You should, in savings, theoretically, you should have 3 months worth of bills. That covers every single thing. Should be able to stay in, keep 3 months worth of bill money in your savings account at all times. That's what they say. I'm not giving financial advice. Vanessa says full auto 50 BMG. Hell yeah. It's mounted to the top of a nice pickup truck or a Jeep and go have some fun. So I see Wiley's back out in the crowd. It doesn't always work the very first time that you click on the link. So you might click on the link and try again and see if everything works. So, Mr. Guns and Barbecue, you got any topics you want to discuss?
Nothing that immediately comes to mind. I went to the local shop today to have them start working on PSA about getting those missing parts. Then I was talking to the shop hand and asked them what they had in the way in 1911s. And I've been looking for a Remington R1, and sure enough, he places one in my hands. I was like, ooh. I was like, so wait a minute, there's no tag on this. He's like, yeah, that one's bought and paid for. I'm like, you are a jerk. And he's like, well, hold on. He's like, it was bought and paid for a year ago. I'm like, okay, you got my attention. He's like, so we don't know if the guy's dead or if he's in jail, but we cannot get a hold of him to save our lives. And so they're probably going to be putting it back out on the shelf. I was like, so yeah, you're not going to be putting that back out on the shelf. I was like, I'm going to put $100 down on it. So whenever you guys decide to say, all right, we're putting it back on the shelf, it's now reserved for me. And you just let me know whenever that time is. And I was like, and if for some ungodly reason this guy decides to walk in and pick it up, I'll just put my $100 for something else. They're like, okay, sounds good.
I had in my hands today a Ruger 1911 and 10 millimeter.
Get it.
You don't even know what the price was.
Don't care. Get it. I have one. Love it. It's awesome. Get it.
So if you have one, what did you pay for it brand new?
With tax and everything, I think it was like $800.
Yeah, see, they're asking almost $1,000.
Yeah, I'm not surprised with the current market. I'd still say get it.
But I don't know, because I was torn. They had a SIG P220 sitting right next to it.
What was the price difference?
Like $110.
I think I'd get the SIG 220 just because I think that's harder to find.
45 ACP.
The 220 is 45. I thought it was a 10 millimeter.
No, it was a 45 ACP.
Oh, which one's the 10 millimeter then?
They may have a 220 and 10. I don't know. Let me see. They do have a 220 Legion that is a a 10 mil.
Do you have a 45?
I do not. Well, I have a 45 Long Colt.
Nice.
Yeah, it looked pretty much the exact as. See, it is. It was this exact gun here, available in 45 auto and in 10 mil. So yes, they had the 45 there at the shop, and it was
Yeah, if I was gonna get a 220, I'd make sure it was a 10 millimeter, just because.
I'd get both, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, ball out and say if you can afford both, just get both right now. Just boom. And I know Rob's gonna chime in here and be like, "Hold on, guys. Don't listen to him. I'm like the little devil dude on your shoulder. He's like the angel dude. Don't never listen to the angel dude.
Nah, you guys are all crazy. Buy what you want to buy.
Vanessa says gas is now $2.62 a gallon for her. You know, I put gas in my rig today and I didn't even look at the price.
I don't really pay attention to the price because I need gas. I'm going to buy gas.
Right?
It's going to cost what it costs.
Well, okay, let me re-clarify that statement. I pulled up to the gas station. I told the attendant, put gas in my rig, and then I let them put gas in my rig, and then I drove away.
Yeah, you hoity-toity Oregonians.
I don't live in a third
You
world
have a rig that takes gasoline, huh?
I don't live in a third world country that you have to get out and pump your own damn gas in the weather. I sit in my rig and make somebody else do it.
Is that like a Freightliner, Peterbilt, Mack, Western Star?
Nissan.
What do you got? Oh, so it's not a fucking rig. Okay.
Yeah. You know, that makes more sense than you would want a 45 220 driving a Nissan.
That's right. I had a G23 on my hip when I was holding a 10 mil. Talk about being ironic, huh?
Yeah, still say.
Gas is slowly rising in my area too, but yeah. My truck, basically, if I'm using it half the time, if not more, I'm being paid to use it, so it doesn't matter. It matters, but it doesn't, I'm not really feeling it.
Yeah, because
I
you're writing
feel
it
it
off.
when I use it for personal use. Yeah, exactly. That's where it sucks. But man, that's the advantage of having a small car. Grocery get and all that crap around town. I'd much rather get 32 miles per gallon than 8 to 10. So it's just a no-brainer to me. So I actually save money paying insurance for it. So suggested, things keep going up. All you guys with trucks, you might want to invest in an El Cheapo car. It's more manly to be able to afford to take your lady out for dinner and just look cool driving down the road. So
I have my Nissan Pathfinder that gets 17 miles to the gallon.
yeah, depending how high gas spikes, it could be doable, or you could pay a lot just to get by. Depends on how high prices go.
I had a Suburban when gas prices were $4 a gallon.
Yeah, that's a shitty deal. I had my truck when it was that much.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I was getting 8 miles to the gallon if I was lucky inside city limits, and I was probably getting 12, 13 on the highway. And the only thing that saved me was that in the winter time, because that's the only time I ever used the Suburban, a bunch of the people at my work didn't want to drive their Hondas and stuff like that. And so with me having a big old Suburban, I could fit like 20 people in there, and they would all pay me like $20 a week to ride in the Suburban. So
that's one way of doing it.
I didn't pay for the gas, but when you roll up to the gas station, that's $200 to fill your tank. It tends to hurt.
Definitely does.
So I see we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. Patriot in the Dark, who said I dropped my pocket somewhere. Didn't even notice it. Let me make sure I get this name right. Screaming Skull Saloon. Not salon like I was saying before. And we have the Mr. M. Gabriel out in the crowd. So, ooh, he says it's minus 4 degrees where he's at. Is he in friggin' Alaska? Upstate New York? How cold is it up there in New York with you, Rob?
Right now, I'm at 27. Feels like 21. But
Okay.
yeah, we'll see. And it depends where you are. Obviously, if you're on a hill too. So
Yeah, so like
and that's
if you're
a general idea. So obviously, like most places, usually you get your notifications from either the news or an airport or something, which isn't
Yeah.
necessarily right next to you.
So like Buffalo would probably be a lot colder than where you're at, right?
Probably just because of the lakes, being right off the lake. So not right off, near. Yeah.
Yeah. It's 50 degrees here, so not too bad.
Yeah, it's 47 here. It's been a real mild winter this year.
Yeah, we had some snow the other day. Pretty good storm. I got to try out my new tires, which was nice. Some dumbass next door thought it was a smart idea across the street to drive down an unplowed driveway that's downhill and on a sideward slope that fits in between two houses, which is the stupidest design ever because obviously drainage and everything's going to run into the one house and this basement apartment. The whole thing's retarded, but that's, you know, that's how ghetto landlords handle their stuff here, I guess. But yeah, it's just this lady pulled in, got stuck down there with her Prius, couldn't get out. They were trying to push all this. So I acquired a busted tow rope. So I had my lady braid it the other day, put it back together. And she did like a little braid job. I told her to do on it. And she didn't think it'd work. I used that nylon rope, man, and I had to drag that Prius up the hill sideways. And my truck crab walking up the hill, too. So it was in there pretty good. But that nylon thing held, her braid held up quite well. Tried to tell her that's how they, you know, it's how the old timers would do it, but she didn't know nothing about it, but she was pretty happy, which was cool. You know, I didn't have to worry about busting and ripping her bumper off with a chain or something like that, you know. Not that I went to their bumper or putting scratches or stuff, so worked out quite well. It was fun. Crazy people, man. Live in the north, think you'd know where to drive and where not to drive, things like that, especially in a little car like a Prius. Yeah. If you got troubles opening your door because of the snow, you don't want to drive there in a Prius down a hill. So for you guys out there, if you got a busted one of them cheapo nylon tow ropes and you ever get it broke, just have your lady braid it back to, you know, put the hook on and braid it back together, and it works.
So Guns and Barbecue. Your karaoke series that you're doing.
Yep.
Are you going to do that regularly or just whenever it comes up?
I'm probably going to start limiting them to just doing them on the weekends and whatever people request. It really just started off because I had a couple videos like that on my phone from messing around in the car, and one of the kids saw it and was like, "You should put that on YouTube." I'm like, "No." And well, I like to entertain my kids, so I put it on YouTube, and that one got like 400 views like immediately. And I was like, "Oh wow, well that's a cheap way to get views, and it seemed like it got some good laughs and stuff. So I was like, you know what? If it's making people laugh and it's getting some views, I'll roll with it.
I'm still waiting for you to do mine. So
I'm gonna say G23 is waiting for me to do his. After I was like, yeah, we'll just do requests. He's like, bam! I think first request made, and I still cannot learn that Johnny Cash song to save my life.
which song was it?
Hurt.
Oh. Yeah, that's a what was it, a Nine Inch Nails song that Johnny Cash covered?
I think Nine Inch Nails took it from Johnny Cash. So that was.
Did they?
I think
Oh,
he did that way back in the 70s.
Did he really?
I think that was for one of his wives.
I didn't realize it was that old.
yeah, because I hadn't heard it until they put it on the soundtrack for Logan, and then I had heard somebody say that Nine Inch Nails had done it.
But I know I need to do Toto Africa, just because Midnight Range vehemently was against that one.
Yeah, I requested Informer by Snow, which Guns and Barbecue doesn't know.
100% do not know. When I read that, I was like,
A linky boom boom down.
You got to look it up. That's a master challenge for you.
sounds good. Yeah, as soon as I read it, I was like, yep, gonna have to learn that one for sure.
Well, damn, why don't you just request some NWA or something? Let's really get a good laugh out of him.
Straight out of Compton.
Yeah, let's get him rapping about his niggers and bitches and see how that flies.
I'd say Rob's gonna shit his pants when I start rapping some Ice Cube or something.
I guess he recorded
Cypress
Hurt.
Hill.
I guess he recorded Hurt in 2002.
That's what I was gonna say. I thought that was at the end of his career, like one of the last things he ever recorded, right before he passed away.
You could do a blind guy like run off of that. Skilo is a little bit taller. Yeah, switch words around and yeah,
Blinder.
yeah, something I don't know. Yeah, run with it. It's probably a lot of fun you could have fun with.
Yeah, if you're gonna trying to get him to do some rap, get him to do some Cisco.
Oh God, Thong Song. I already knew that where that was going.
Oh,
I think it'd be funnier seeing, the cowboy-looking guy doing some hardcore, something crazy stuff. Would be funny.
Well, that's the funny
Probably
thing.
not
is,
kid appropriate.
When I would drive truck, we have to go through Aliquippa, PA, to go over to the drywall plant, and Aliquippa, very black town. If you saw a white dude, you'd be like, "Oh wow, there is one here." But so I'd purposely go through there just blaring like Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre G thing or something like that, and I'd just be rapping the shit out of that. They would be looking like, "What the hell?" And I'd just be like, "Yeah, what's up, dude in the cowboy hat?"
I've gotten that look.
yeah, but you were listening to country. There's a difference.
No, classic rock or alternative or something along those lines. Yeah, but people are like, "What the hell?" And they see my piss on Obama sticker, and they're like, "Oh, he's crazy."
So defense dad seems to have one for you.
Okay.
I'm not gonna read that, so I'll let somebody else on the panel read what defense dad has. It's on the screen.
Hold on, I screenshotted it. I'll just do. Oh, it's still tiny. Dang it.
I see we're joined out in the crowd by Mr. Burnaby Sanchez.
I could probably do that one. Friggin'. My ex absolutely loves that song, so I've heard it enough that I should have a good idea how it goes.
I have a video of my buddy. He was getting ready to go work the oil fields in South Dakota, North Dakota, one of the Dakotas. And so we were all out at the bar, and he was doing like a farewell before he headed off. And it was karaoke night. So I signed him up to do I'm Just a Girl. And then videoed it. Yep. So
how'd he do?
Not too bad. I have the video. That was the very first
song.
That was actually it was actually the very first video I ever, put on YouTube. And now it's marked as private, so no one else can see it.
Like, I did that friggin' Power Rangers theme song the other day because my sister was like, I want you to do this one. I'm like, all right. And I was thinking, all right, well, this isn't a popular song. This shouldn't get any views. And it's up to almost like 500. I'm like, how many people are freaking YouTubing the Power Rangers theme song?
It's not just that. Okay, so when you do the shorts, if you do hashtag shorts and stuff, it will pop up on just so like when you're scrolling through YouTube, if you're not looking at anything else, if you're just scrolling through YouTube, it'll all of a sudden they'll just pop up with like a whole row of probably like 100 different short videos. So if somebody clicks on one and just starts watching different 30-second videos, you could easily, your shorts pops right through there.
Yeah, see, most of them for me seem to hit like 400 or so in the first day, maybe two, and then they just do nothing after that. But this Power Rangers one keeps going up. I'm like, good God. Like that one that I did for my mixer, just messing around, showing that off real quick. That one got over 900 in the first like 12 hours. Like I would just go back and keep checking it, and it'd be like 100, 125, 275. I'm like, holy cow, this thing is freaking taking off.
Yeah, you never know. And the thing is people may be looking at like that mixer for doing like DJing or different kinds of stuff. So there could be a different reason why they're looking at that mixer.
Yeah. They definitely didn't get any information out of that short if they were planning on that. It was just basically me going, yep, got this. Check it out.
Yep, I saw it.
Like I said,
that's when I said, well, I guess I'll be retiring from live shows and turning it over to Guns and Barbecue.
No. Let's say, I am merely an amateur compared to you guys.
I don't know. You got the professional equipment, so you're just gonna have to go from 0 to hero in like 24 seconds.
Well, once I get my computer, we'll see what happens. I was hoping that would be here in a couple weeks, and I finally got the shipping confirmation from Computers for the Blind, and I look at it, and it says some city that I could never pronounce. If they said put a gun to my head and say pronounce this or you die, I said, well, pull the trigger now because I'm not pronouncing that. And the country initials were SK, and I'm like, well, that doesn't say US, so I was like, maybe it's Saskatchewan. I was like, but that doesn't. So I Google it, and it's coming from the Slovak Republic. I'm like, what the frick? So I'm figuring it probably won't be here until first week of March at this point.
July.
Yeah, maybe.
You're gonna have import. It's gonna get tied up in customs.
That's what I'm worried about.
Are you smuggling drugs? Is that what's going on now?
Yeah.
It does get tied up depending how long. Like if it's actually on a port or something, you may not even want it by the time you get it.
Yeah.
Salt water doesn't number. So I've known some people that had some bad deals come down with ordering those Chinese 4-wheelers where you can get a whole shipment load of them. And you got to take, you got to neuter some of them to make the others work and this and that. But you can make money flipping them out, selling them and stuff. But there's some people that have lost their ass on that stuff with customs. So obviously a computer or something isn't too bad. But if it gets held up and, there's any kind of funniness, oh boy, it could be years before you see that thing.
Yeah, well, I guess that there's a special shipping option that they ship with where it's specially tailored for the blind or something, and apparently it costs them nothing to ship or anything. So I'm hoping that whenever it hits customs, they go, "Oh, this is for a blind person." They're just like, "Yep." Onward it goes, but we'll see.
Yeah, hopefully it works out and there isn't any delays or there's, it doesn't come in with anything else that could be seen as an issue.
Yep.
So I can tell you, I've had some pretty good luck with getting stuff through customs because I had to order a dipstick for my Nissan Pathfinder. And of all places, it came from Dubai. Like, really? They've got
How long did it take?
They're like, they got 1997 Nissan Pathfinders in Dubai. And so they're sitting on a stockpile of dipsticks for these things. Really, it took like no time at all. From the time I ordered it to the time I received it was like, I think about a week.
And what'd you pay for it?
Like $8.
What'd you do from A to B with no dipstick?
I had a wrong dipstick in there. One that was too short, so it wasn't actually measuring correctly.
And what happened to your dipstick?
So when I bought the Pathfinder, it didn't have the correct dipstick in it. So that's when I had to go order one online. I tried finding one locally, and everyone's like, "Yeah, good luck. We can't get this." And so then I started
a junkyard local.
They didn't have any. I kept going and looking at different Nissans and stuff, and yeah, there was none that had the correct one, because in '97 they offered two different dipsticks. One was like a 2.0. I think it was a 2.2 liter
the eighth letter of your VIN code should indicate your engine. So therefore, whatever whatever engine package it has, you just match that up with yours and pull the diff. But in most junkyards, will just tell you like $1 or free. That I've come across something like that. So and time and convenience. So
yeah, not around here.
versus,
Even like some of the U-Pulls that we have around here, they almost want brand new prices for you to go and pull it off of a vehicle.
wow, that's crazy. There's places I've heard of that they pull it and they try to charge you damn near new prices, but most of them, a lot of stuff, shoot, even out in the PA, to go pick up an engine for like $150. You know what I mean? Tranny, 75 to 100, depending which place you go. A lot of different things that are way cheaper than if you were to get it, remanufactured or new or whatever the case may be. So I mean, I don't recommend a lot of parts from a junkyard, but certain times it's just more practical, depending what it is, or like a little, basil thing for your door outlet or something. I mean, you can search around and try to order it and get it for God knows how much, or, find one for $4 at the local junkyard.
Yeah, because I had found one at a junkyard that was close by. It was like a 30-minute drive, but they wanted $15 for the dipstick. I'm like, crap, I can order a brand new one. Yeah, it comes out of Dubai. It's $8, so I'll just go ahead and order it.
Yeah, that's odd. Places are different with parts and access and what you can get.
Yeah.
Sometimes I guess it's cheaper or easier. But.
Like, if I was back in Washington, back in where I used to live, there was a junkyard that I could have gone to, and pretty much they would have said, you know what, go look. If you find one, you can have it. But I'm not going to make a 10-hour drive for a free dipstick.
Yeah, that's not really worth it. I've done some driving for motors and transmissions, but that's 2 hours one way to search, and then back the 2 hours to go another hour the other way, or this or that, and that gets old. But it's still cheaper in the end.
Well, see, that's the thing is, if like
a lot of times it works out even better.
If you've got like an import car, so if you got like a Honda, or if you got a Nissan or Toyota and stuff like that, you can get the motors out of Japan, and they're like $300, $600, and they got super low miles on them because over there their emission laws are way stricter. So like the motor has to be yanked, I think, at like 60,000 miles.
Well, you have to be a little bit careful with those motors because the Japanese don't do the maintenance regiment that we do in the U.S. So basically, they don't have old cars, and they don't change their oil.
Yeah, because
they cost you a shitload on the shipping. Yeah, because like you're saying, if you're talking to Nissan, you could go to a local facility, find a wrecked Nissan engine, purchase it for $150 to whatever, depending how you want to go. Rip it down, check everything out, replace what you need to, put it back together, and be into it for chump change compared to usually what it costs to get an engine shipped. I've noticed that with fenders too and things like that. So they're cheap as hell. You know, the bumpers that you're seeing here is going to cost you almost $1,000. Like you can get them there dirt cheap, but once you get it here, that's another story. It's getting it here. So they always charge a lot, too much in my opinion. In some cases, the shipping's more than the parts. Like it's amazing. So I don't know. I would go here personally instead of ordering something like that from there, unless you're spending brand new money and looking for something, you know, you're picky about. But you know, emissions is an issue with some engines too, like you guys are saying, in a sense where it may not even line up to your state, or you're going to be able to be an issue where you're going to be able to get it inspected here without doing modifications.
Well, I know, like if you order the motors out of Japan and you bring them into the United States, there's a few things that you have to do to change them over, because like the headers aren't going to completely. Wait, I know you have to change out the oil pan because their oil pans are different, and so you know that's not that hard to do, especially when you don't even have it in a vehicle. And then yeah, it's just a couple easy modifications.
Work is what it is. It's work. So, you know, where's the benefit of buying one here and put, you know, even if you don't do it, you know, have somebody else rehab the motor and then throw it in. Yeah. You know, it works. You know, the stuff's legitimate. It's not an issue. You know what you're getting into. I don't know. Yeah. Everybody's different, I guess, but seems a little crazy. Now, like if you're talking like a small black Chevy motor, buy one of those from AutoZone or something like that, you're actually purchasing it from your local store. It's different. Or it's shipped to you. That's a different deal. I don't know, people that buy those, put them in a Camaro, beat the heck out of it for about 2 months, and then they got to buy another one. Because not that the engine's bad, but they're intentionally, you know, running things to the point where it's gonna blow. That's why they buy the cheap motors, run them, do what they do, and then buy another cheap motor. So
there used to be guys that would import the Japanese motors, and then, you know, they would import them, and then you buy it from them, and that would allow you to go inspect them. But that was years ago when I was keeping tabs on that stuff.
There's still places like that, especially if you're into the Honda market and certain engines that you're looking for and stuff. There's companies that'll still, they go through most of the hassle, but it's expensive. I mean, you're talking like $2,000 for a used motor. So, but it's acquired motors, not not your average, regular. It's gosh, I'm having a brain fart here. But
like the VTEC.
Yeah, but it's certain series like B18Cs, where the head's going to be on that, which almost matches up with what they call like the Monster, where you drop it on a Civic, or CRX bottom end for the cams, but you get the higher RPMs on top. So depending what you're going for, or an Integra DC2, 98-01, there's different stuff where you're going to pay more money. And I can't remember half the stuff right now. I'd have to look back into it, but there's a difference between the red and the blue ones. It's not much horsepower difference, but there is a difference, and this and that, and people get real critical into this stuff. So in some cases, depending what you want, that's what you got to pay. So, or build your own.
Yep. I know a guy who had a RX-7, and he was, I'm only going to go with the Wankel motor. You give me that rotary motor, blah, blah, blah. And he would just abuse the crap out of that thing. Oh yeah, they're designed for all this. Well, yeah, they're designed to, have higher RPMs, but it doesn't mean that you can run it at the higher RPMs all the damn time.
Yeah, there's a big difference. And then how many rotors have you had? 2, 3, 4, and how far? It's like boring out your 4-wheeler or dirt bike, I mean, sure, you can push it to 60 over, but you're not going on long rides anymore. You know, that's a race bike now, or whatever the case is. You know what I mean? In some cases, it's going to overheat, you know, twist and get screwed up. So it's finding that fine line of what fits for you and what you want to do with it. So
Exactly. So, Mr. Barbecue, when are you going to do another barbecue video?
I'm hoping here in the next couple weeks. I've actually got something up my sleeve for Gooser Gary to finish off that little chicken hostage thing I was doing. I've also got to make one for Kingpin. Really like the idea that I have coming up for him with that bowling pin that I have. But Gooser Gary's video will end up kind of tying into the barbecue video I'm going to come up with
So,
here soon. I'm going to do a whole chicken.
I got a great idea for you. This way you can like combine both of them. You use the bowling pin to start the fire to roast the whole chicken.
It sounds good in theory, but I don't know with the paint and stuff that's on the bowling pin.
You're gonna have to strip the paint, of course.
I'm not stripping any Kingpins. My goodness, what's the matter with you?
Well, you know, add a little humiliation to it before, you know.
If Kingpin's out there, you hear that? There's a certain video G23 wants to see, and you're going to get at least one view off of it.
Oh, just saying. You're the one who came up with these twisted ideas.
Yes.
So we're just trying to help you get as many twisted ideas out there as you possibly can.
No, when I do the next Kingpin video, I think everybody that has gotten to talk to Kingpin at all or listen to him for any amount of time will really appreciate this next idea that I have.
Kingpin's a great guy.
He is.
So, Foss, have you heard anything about when your ranges may start allowing guests again?
Not really. The last thing that email they sent out, they're trying to buy ammo from members because they're running out. It all depends on when the governor starts reopening more stuff, or I don't know. Such a mess.
Aren't you guys in level 2?
Each county has, they assess each county differently. And then they just a little bit ago they put out where the state was, basically what they were saying was lower than it had. I don't know. I'm not sure where anything is.
Yeah, that's like with Oregon. Every county has different levels or different phases or whatever you want to call, extreme risk, low risk, medium. It's like,
too much crap to keep up with.
Yeah.
You're always going back and forth, and different counties, and that's all a bunch of junk in my opinion. Especially when you look at Florida and how they're doing better. You know what I mean? And they're not even enforcing any of this crap. I mean, maybe because people aren't huffing around in the same damn dirty mask all day, or this or that, or whatever. I don't know.
I think there's 11 states.
Time and place for certain situations, sure, but obviously they push this a little overboard. Me or my lady should be dead by now for hanging out in D.C. a while ago, close to 1 million people or whatever it is, but it's not the case. So I don't know how the hell we got through that. I mean, unless we're just, super people or something.
So, yeah, I think there's like 11 states that aren't requiring masks or anything. And they seem to be doing okay. I see we got TPC out in the crowd.
Say even a local hospital over here with my mom in there had to, when you're talking to them on hold, because they won't let you in the place at all. No visitors, period. And everything when you're on hold trying to get in touch with somebody's all about COVID and all this crap. So make sure I let them know, like, yeah, don't be doing nothing on my mom with that stuff. So, and the nurse was talking to me like, oh no, don't worry about that. Like, you're gonna have to request it and this and that. And the opinion I got from the nurse is he wasn't a fan. So it kind of gave me a little hope.
Well, and you don't know. You get so much conflicting information. You don't know what to believe or who to believe or what's true or it's
Well, there's a lot of side effects. I mean, you got to look around, but if you look in a lot of these other places, they're popping up. But our media tells you what they want you to hear. So, I mean, is it as bad as some of these places are saying? Probably not. Is it as good as what they say on our TV? Probably not. It's probably somewhere in the middle. So it's kind of risk management. Yeah. But if it's potentially more harmful to get a treatment for something that 90 some odd % of people get through fine, and what the hell's the point? Especially if there is a risk of Bell's palsy or this or that. I know a guy just had a stroke and died. Another lady that took it live on TV, some nurse, she's got Bell's palsy now. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff out, but they don't advertise that stuff. So, do what you want to do, but the way when you have a problem, then you deal with it. You know what I mean? When it comes to stuff like that, my opinion. But I'm not buying a lot of this. So,
Mr. Foss, do you have Bureau of Land Management land close by or forestry land close by?
Yeah, there's a place pretty close by that in the Olympic Forest. I haven't been out there, so I'm not sure where it's at, but I know other people that have been out shooting at the little range spot that's out there.
that's where I'd be going if I was you. Probably membership free too. No rules, none of that crap. Don't have to wait in line. Freedom.
I see we got Mr. Gun Websites out in the crowd. Welcome. So G-Webs, you have those Every Second Matter shirts. Can you get some man size? I mean, you top out at 2X. There's some of us bigger guys that wouldn't mind getting one of those shirts that require a couple sizes larger.
I thought Spreadshirt went higher than that.
No, I have been looking at every single one of them, and they max out at 2X.
I'll answer for G-Web. He says lose some damn weight.
But I can go to Tony's website and get a 2A 4E gun control is racist shirt that fits my size. So I will be ordering one of those.
Size you're needing.
Well, I like to wear them a little baggy so that when I do go into certain places like Fred Meyer's, I can throw the shirt over my firearm so that I'm not open carrying it in their store, which they tend to frown on.
So I'll have to look at my old Every Second Matters shirt because that one is now too big for me. Because I could have swore that one was a 3X.
Well, let's see if I pull it up on the computer because I was looking on my phone. So let's go to. Every Second Matters.
So you guys want to hear a funny story while G23 is checking that out?
They have one that. This one I know isn't even done by Mr. G Webs, at least I don't think. But I just found this one. But see, that one maxes out at 3X. Go to Spreadshirt.
G Web's dropped a link for the shirt.
Well, I'm not trying to be an insensitive dick, but you should probably try to lose some weight, though. On a serious note.
As a guy that was 412 pounds, I'm with Rob.
Be better for you. I was pretty big at one point, so still got the stretch marks to prove it. But it's a total different feeling, man. That's all I can tell you. I mean, you don't know until you know, so that's all I can really say. But it's worth it. Just naturally how you feel and what you can do. So it'd be the best thing for you, your lady, your family, and for your health, obviously. You're the best investment you have. So it's your health.
And if you have trouble losing weight
off that.
And you got to look into the surgery side of it, don't feel ashamed of that shit either. I mean, that's what some people got to do. And honestly, it's life-changing.
Yeah, I'd be cautious with that. I would say, yeah, it could be for people, but I have an aunt that did that, and she's in the same spot she was 2 years ago. Basically put herself right back in the same spot because there isn't a cheap pill. It's you want to do it. You're going to make yourself do it. There is no magic pill or diet. It's self-discipline. It's self-punishment, whatever you want to call it. You don't half-ass it. So, and people don't, it's like quitting a drug. Most people just don't have that until something traumatic happens. That's basically what happened to me. I was shamed to death and didn't come out until I was different, pretty much. So, not saying it's right or a good thing, but I'm saying in the end, I'm happy. So I'm real freaking happy. Let me tell you, but that's a whole nother story. But you gotta want it, though. Not a fad or it's cool this week, but screw it, I'm gonna cheat on my diet or whatever. No, that's not how you get it done. So, but again, I don't want to turn into a health nut or nothing like that. But it's one of them. It's like suicide. Somebody complaining, somebody serious is gonna do that shit. I know we try to do all this helpline, whatever, but in the end, you're never gonna know. It's just gonna happen. So either you do it or you don't. But that's all within the individual.
Yes, and I see we are joined out in the crowd by LW Rhodes. So, welcome to the crowd. And I do see the link, so I will definitely look at that I gotta pull it up on the YouTube side. Because on the StreamYard side, they don't let you click on links.
Yeah, he was saying he can't do anything about the sizes. It's all up to the brand of shirt.
Yeah. But I saw that tie-dye every second matters. I was like, damn, that thing's looking sharp. We got Mario out there. Welcome, Mario. So, I don't know if any of you guys are... We got Mr. G-Webs.
Hey.
How's it going?
Yeah, it's going all right. How's it going for y'all?
Doing great. Thank you for giving me a shout out yesterday in your 2A wrap up video.
Yeah, you bet. Thanks for putting out videos and making the show every week. So basically, when you put the designs on like Spreadshirt, I think it's the same on other ones already because they're not really all that different anymore. But anyway, you put the design up there, and those are all print on demand, right? So they're just giving you fake demos or whatever. That's just like some kind of Photoshop situation. Yeah. They don't exist until you order it. But back in the day, we would have to order like, I don't know what the brands are, Fruit of the Loom or Gildan, like, you know, the different brands of shirt. Yeah. Some of them are good and some of them aren't. So I always get whatever went up to the largest 5X, right? So Marco would have a fit because that's usually like not a fancy shirt. He wants one that's like nice, but not one of them muscle shirt things that sticks to you. Like he just wants a decent quality shirt that hangs. So whatever brand that was only went up to like 2X. It didn't do me any good. So I couldn't just leave it with the one. So I always had two. And then there was other brands and I never bothered because I was not trying to make it like a store. You know, I just was like, here, buy a shirt and deal with it. But like I said, we had that one issue where Marco wasn't down with just having the cheap ones. So we had like two. And then I think I put a hoodie in there just to have a different thing. But anyway, now there's
like 60 different ones.
Yeah, exactly. I was just looking at your screen as you were going through them, and I didn't even realize. So they don't even, I mean, maybe they tell us, but like I pay attention to every single email that comes in from like Spreadshirt. But yeah, it looks like now you just give them the design and they just assume you want it on everything. So that actually bothers me because we didn't want, I mean, who would want like a white logo on a white shirt? That's stupid. So if they're just going to apply it everywhere, that just seems like it's waiting for a mistake to happen. And we also, it doesn't really matter now. In the beginning, every second matters. There was like a big debate on whether or not it should just be black and white always, or if it should be colors. So at some point, nobody cares anymore. So we just started making it colors also. But yeah, I saw some of those were like different. And like that tie-dye one, I guess, whatever that brand is, even though it's not tie-dye, it's really just a bleached, tied shirt, bleached. But anyway, it whatever brand that is, when it only went up to 2X. So whatever, they're sizest.
They are.
I don't know why they don't bother. Because was it take them extra cost to make another extra shirt? Like you would think they're all just sitting in some factory anyway. Like
yeah, and like
Americans aren't 3X. Come on.
Well, like I had looked on there.
So G23, the very first shirt I clicked on the Spreadshirt store for your websites goes clear up to 5X.
Yeah, I saw one that went up to 6X and everything.
And the good part is I've gotten the big ones before. They go like they don't make the iron-on part like a little dinky thing, like the same size, and like on an extra small, it's huge. They proportionalize it or something, so it's, you know, not gonna look weird. Like giant shirt, tiny logo.
Yeah, I'll show you one, like what you were talking about. And I can see where this would be not a very, because you like in this light heather gray,
yeah.
You can't even see.
Like back in the day, you could pick, like I want it in this color, I want to offer it in this color and this color, period. Like that was it. You could buy it in the colors you pick. Now you can just pick whatever color you want, I guess. But I think, I don't know. It's been a while since I played with all that. Whenever I set it up, I might have set it up with a black one and a white one. So if you put it on a yellow shirt, there's a black one in there. But you just have to look for the one with the black, whatever, logo, I guess.
Yeah. That one right there looks pretty sharp. That charcoal gray with the every second. I mean, it pops real nice.
It looks like a decent like shirt, but they're always going to show you a nice one. I
Yeah.
guess a bad one, it's like the neck gets stretched out after 2 times putting it on or whatever, or 3 times washing it.
So yeah, I mean they got get it in orange. That's what it looks like with the black. And it goes all the way up to 6X. So
That ain't bad. Click on 6X and see if it stays at $20 or if they screw you for being fat. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. It's not like they turned it into $23 for being fat or whatever.
yeah, and that's the thing is, I understand, when you get into some of your larger sizes and stuff, it's going to cost a little bit more for material.
That's a ripoff. I've always thought that was a ripoff, especially talls and stuff. Like, come on, you're giving us like an inch more fabric. Seriously, you need to charge us $2 more on an $8 shirt or whatever. Come on. It's just because of their inventory and that crap.
I can see that. It makes more sense using more material, but in the same sense, it should go the other way too, where kids' shoes should be cheaper. But that's not the way it works.
No, it's about time they take to make it and all that too. But then I'm sure it's just an inventory thing, having to deal with inventory. But I don't know why they bother with medium. Like, I guess some children use medium, but most people I know are either like small and they're just small, or they're like large and up, right? So I would say
some females like men's shirts in medium that I've noticed.
It has to be.
Or they steal your shirt anyway. So, but the medium fits them better. I don't know.
But every time we've ever done anything like different groups and stuff, it's like the mediums and the smalls that end up sitting around. And like people just take the smalls and give them to kids. And then the mediums are too big for kids. So they just sit there and they're too small for everybody mostly. So, but they never have talls either. You have to go to like one of those probably to get a tall option, and it'll cost more. Because they figure
I'd just recommend people go for the better t-shirt if you got the option. I don't know if the shirt is locked into that or you got the choice, but
that's the whole thing.
Different ones from Spreadshirt. What's that?
That's the whole thing. You have to go to the sizes are dependent on the brand. So whatever brand you're looking at, like if you looked at a different one that had different sizes, that means it's a different brand. I don't know if they tell you on there or if they just say like imported or not. Well, you can kind of tell by looking at them when it's a nice shirt versus like just a cheap one.
So they say brand Fruit of the Loom.
Oh yeah, there you go. So that's I would call that a decent brand, but like Marco wouldn't deal with that one. He needs some sports brand or whatever brands of sports play or use.
Yep.
That's cool though.
It's the right thing, but
USA and stuff.
This one just says Spreadshirt on it, so I don't know. It doesn't tell me like a brand or anything of the shirt, but it was a nicer quality one that I purchased, and it's actually a very comfortable, decent shirt. It's been washed several times. The labels still stick. Everything looks decent. So I would say the better quality of the ones that you buy, you might be happier with. So the next step up from the cheapest, you know what I mean, in my opinion. If you're just buying something to wear to a one event or rally, the cheapest ones will probably be all right. But I've noticed the labels like to come off. It feels like a cheap shirt, if that makes any sense to you. I don't know.
And they get all stretched out. Like after 2 washes, they're like not a rectangle this way, they're a rectangle that way. Like they just get all weird after you use them a couple of times and they're too cheap.
I think I have that shirt right there. Oh, I'm not even screen sharing.
Does that want to say what brand down there?
Fruit of the Loom.
Yep.
And this one is for Patriot in the Dark Hashtag never fear the dark. So I do have that shirt, which I won on one of his giveaways. So
Yeah, that would be cool. I wish Spreadshirt, like, they just charge me whatever. Like, when you set up something in Spreadshirt, you give them the design and then you tell them like how much you want. Like mine are set to $5. So then if the shirt costs $7, the thing is going to cost $12, right? It's going to always be $5 more.
mhm.
So you'd think they'd make a thing where you could just buy the product for the price minus the $5, but they don't really do that. But that would be cool. I don't think they do that. But that would be cool. So you could have a giveaway and then just send stuff straight to people from Spreadshirt, right? Is that what he did?
Yeah, he sent it.
Like he bought it first and then got it and then sent it to you?
Well, I think what he did was he just bought it and had it sent directly to me. He didn't even get it.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. And I should make it where we can just go into our store and send stuff to people. So
Yeah.
we can buy it and all that. Because just seems dumb.
Yeah, because I mean, then you're buying your own shirt. Yeah, you're gonna get what, a couple dollars back.
Yeah. But you're paying the $5. It's just dumb.
So yeah, I mean, that would be kind of cool to let you guys, you can give away 5 or 10 free shirts a year, whatever, That'd be, a good idea.
They give us free shipping once in a while, but yeah, if they like let us give away a shirt once in a while, I'd probably get a shirt out there at least.
I had a couple people. I changed the patch because I had my black and orange every second matter patch on my Oregon State Beavers beanie, and so it kind of faded in, and not a whole lot of people would notice it. And yeah, so having an orange beanie and an orange every second matters patch, they kind of faded together, so it's kind of hard to see them. And so now I'm running the blue with black writing on there, and I've actually had a couple people ask about it, and so I've talked to them about it.
I think that one's kind of hard to read. Now you're saying that though, it'd be interesting. I wonder if we could do like a white one with different colored writing, but like white background. I wonder if that would look weird. The white gets bad after a while usually.
Yeah, I
I
wish
thought that was a gag hat, with the beavers and stuff. How they got a lot of them with the roosters and all that crap. So, cause I seen scrolling through the thumbnail your hat there, like it said beavers or whatever. And I thought it was like, a joke type thing or something. Like you can stick another patch up there to make it pretty dang funny. I didn't realize it was a sports thing.
Yeah,
The Oregon Beavers are a joke.
we were doing pretty good this last year, but we just lost our running back coach to I think to the Bears. Our running back coach, it was also our recruiter.
I don't follow sports, so I guess that makes sense to me. That's why, like I said, I thought it was more of a joke thing. Like it might have come with a couple different patches you could set up there, and again, going a different way with it be comical.
Is there Velcro on it, or they just stick on there?
Well, it's just a regular beanie, and so I just took the patch backs off, and it just sticks right to it and doesn't go anywhere. Because it's just a knitted beanie. Ah, wheeled and well armed. How's it going, wheeled?
Good. I recently reached out to Grunt Style about their shirts, and you have a minimum commitment of $800. I'm not sure how many shirts that was, but they give you 2 months of being on their website. You can push your traffic there, and then you only have to pay the amount that's left over that didn't sell on the original 2 months and the $800 commitment. And so then they ship that to your house or business, and you sell that from home. It's kind of a neat hybrid model.
Wait, so then, like, if you want to sell a shirt with them, you mean?
Yeah, so you get to use the Grunt Style. So you'd get the American flag on your right shoulder, the Grunt Style on your left shoulder, and then you can put your logo on the front or back or both. And I think the price is about $15 per shirt. And so depending on the quality you're committing to, but the lowest level with I think one front or one back was $15 and $16 for the both, and then you're committed to $800. So then you get to push your traffic to their channel for 2 months and buy direct from them. So you sell $400 worth of shirts total through them. Then you need to send them a check for $400, and they'll send you the remainder.
But what about the other way? You sell way more than the 800. They just start making more.
Yeah, they just start making more, and you don't have any commitment, and they just send you a check for the profit of your lifted price versus the amount that you charge.
15 is basically like what well, I don't know. It depends on the shirt, I guess, because like say it depends on the quality or the brand or whatever. But that's basically like what Spreadshirt does, right? If I'm putting $5 on it, and those things were 18, so
yeah, the quality is really good quality. I mean, I wear them pretty much 5 days a week, and the quality is good on the Grunt Style shirt. I mean, it's a poly cotton blend, and they'll last a good 2 years before they start peeling or deforming. Neckline looks good.
Wow.
I'd be upset that they got their logo on it. I mean, the Spreadshirt does it, but
Well,
it's on
you don't
the
have to do
inside,
their logo.
so you're not advertising. What's
Well,
that?
but that's a way to be like to straddle or whatever, to get like, it's sort of like bicycle playing cards. Like you got to pay extra if you want it to say bicycle, even though you can get them made in the bicycle factory. They charge more, but then they also won't just do it. They'll like look at your stuff first. So it's probably that kind of thing. Like it'd be like having the Harley label. Like probably people are like thinking that's a better deal to have the Grunt thing, because it makes it seem like it's part of the Grunt lineup or something, right?
Right.
Although I would.
But what if you want your own and don't want to be associated with that? You know what I mean? Like, that's, you're paying to advertise for them. Yeah, that's like
worse. Yeah, you're paying
shirts that say Nike all over.
You got to love it. You got to either love them or exactly you're paying to have something, and they're charging you for the labor because they're putting that on there. It costs them something. So yeah, and I've had that problem before with places that were like, oh, we're gonna do your logo, except we're putting our logo on the side, because I was like, well, one, I don't want your logo, and two, your logo is a flag, and I understand the flag code, and I don't want a disgraced flag on my shoulder, right? When I'm not being paid to be in uniform, I don't want that on there. So it's interesting, but they'd probably pull it off if you asked them. I'm sure they might actually charge you more or something, because I'm sure that's part of the factor, is that if they're risking that if you waste their time, you're paying for it. But then the other way around, if you have some sort of, what's the word, like some kind of viral shirt, then they get a chunk of that viralness, right? They get some of that store traffic.
But kind of that Grunt Style would probably make them sell a little better, to start with.
Oh, for some people, heck yeah, I think so. Like for me, no way, I wouldn't even want it. But then I'm not everybody. They're a big company, been around for a while. I had no idea. I thought that they went around picking people on the shoulder and said, hey, we want your design on our shirt. I didn't know you could just walk up with a cash and go, hey, I want a grunt style shirt.
Yeah, I wouldn't be thrilled. I don't like big logos any way you slice it personally.
Well, but it's on your arm, right?
I've always been like that where I'm not going to pay you to advertise for you. I mean, if you want to give me a discount, that's different. But
they got them on the shoulders,
yeah.
right? We're talking like on the arms.
Yeah, on the arm.
But I'm the same way. Like if you want me to put a Nike logo on here, then it should cost $5 less. Like I want my logo on there. But if you put your logo on there, then it should be less because I'm walking around with your logo on me.
I bet it does probably cost a little extra to take it off, though.
I'm sure it is because it would mess up their whole system, right?
No, for the same price, you could put your own logo on where the grunt style is.
Okay, well then I'll take everything back because that's super good. Because number one, if you go to Spreadshirt and start putting stuff on the arm, that's like taking. You've seen them make T-shirts before. They got to take it out of the one cardboard thing and shove it into a different cardboard thing. So that's late. And if they're doing that for free, that's nice. Then that would be awesome because I would definitely say remove your logo, put some other of my logo on there or another one of my logos on there. Because like I say, that's like another $5 upgrade on a shirt, really.
It gets costly when you go, especially if you look at that's 4 spots, 2 arms, front and back, for 15 or for 3 spots or 16 for 4 spots, it gets a lot cheaper. There was always that. I wasn't quite sure what I was getting, and I kept going back and forth, and then it was like, the hardcore sales guy calling me, so I kind of avoided, I just wasn't sure if I was wanting to invest $800, and how much I was getting stuck with.
Not on a whim. If you've got 2 months with them to sell it, I would definitely prep, right? Like get everything ready, let people know it's coming, get everything perfect, and then turn it on when it's perfect timing for you so that you can spend 2 months or whatever trying to make your money back or try to make some money, right? That's the goal.
Right. And try to have it so, because my wife would freak out if I had a closet full of 8 boxes of extra large shirts.
Dude, seriously. Yeah. When they're all like the same size. Like exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's $800, but it's okay because they're all mediums or whatever. They're all the sizes that didn't sell.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think go ahead and build up the hype a couple months in advance before you throw it out there would definitely be a plus.
Yeah, I'd be cautious of leveraging myself out and getting stuck with it. Something like that. I'd be more willing to pay more or make less and not have the overhead that I got to deal with personally. But I'm sure there's several ways to go about it, especially if you're locked into one size of 800 shirts. That seems crazy to me.
Oh, no, I'm sure it's an assortment, right? There's no way. It's got to be an assortment.
It seems, unless you already got the clientele, that seems a little like taking a chance there.
Yeah, if you had like a store and you like, okay, however many shirts that is, how many can that be? 100 shirts or something? Like, okay, I'll just put those in the store if they don't sell online. Like, that's no big deal. Like, they're not going to go bad or nothing. But you're not talking a logo shirt, right? You're talking like some funny saying or some kind of a thing that's like universally somebody would want it. Like, oh, that's a funny shirt or that's an interesting shirt.
Yeah, and like wheeled and well armed. I mean, that's only really for people in a wheelchair. And what subset of wheelchair people actually have guns and want to display it on their shirt, so it's a whole different market. It's not like shooting just anything else. It's just such a narrow subset.
I don't know, with the logo that you have there wheeled, I think the biggest thing for you is just getting it out there. I think that there'd be a lot of people, because the other thing is with your logo, it's not even necessarily for people in a wheelchair. It's just anybody that's disabled, because, if you're considered handicapped, that's kind of your logo,
You're right. You're right, I guess.
So I think
that's how I would see it too.
I see that as a blind guy. I see that as a blind guy appropriating a chair.
You're welcome. And say, hey, he put a stick in the guy's hands, so.
Next, he's going to be walking up ramps.
Oh yeah, I kind of feel obligated to use them. I mean, they put them there for the handicapped people. I'm like, well, they put it there for me. I better use it. Next thing you know, I'm walking a bunch of zigzags. The date I'm with, like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, they put it here for me. I got to use it. She's just going up the stairs like a normal person.
Now, are you talking about using your logo, or are you talking about some other design? When you were thinking
Yeah.
about them shirts.
Oh, I was definitely talking about my logo. You know,
Okay.
But I was thinking about, I'm trying to keep the brand both wheeled and well armed and wheeled and armed. Can I keep in both of them? Because I think wheeled and well armed is me, but wheeled and armed is the bigger group. Kind of straddling both brands.
Yeah, you're not going to get an argument from me. I have more than one brand.
Okay, perfect. That's who I was asking.
So what the wheeled and armed, is that just you, or is that a you and other people?
No, that's just me. But I'm having people like, you know, I've got metal signs printed. I printed 4 of those, and so I've had people, you know, call me and say, "Hey, I want to have your logo and have it and print my own material under it." And I'm like, "Oh, it's you know, art marked, so you know, you would have to for you, but I'm not going to give you my, you know, my vector file and let you print it." And the guy kind of got pissed and walked off. But I mean, you know, that's kind of, you don't give out your vector form to somebody.
Yeah, whatever. Like, hey, I like your money. Can I put it in my bank?
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't know. People are weird like that, but you know, so that's why I was saying, well, look, I'll print it as, you know, instead of wheeled and well armed, I'll just be wheeled and armed for you. And he's like, no, I want it completely different. I'm like, okay, well, that's the options is wheeled and well armed or wheeled and armed, those two.
Yeah, you can offer them a price. Yeah. Say,
Yeah.
sure, I can print it up to whatever you want for $39.99.
Well, I don't want to lose $12, but yeah. I mean, it's printed on
Or whatever,
aluminum.
yeah.
It looks nice. I mean, you know, it's 12 by 18, so it's a good looking metal sign, same size as like a street sign, but it's brushed aluminum on the back, and then it's you know, not enamel, but you know, kind of silk screen on the front.
So that's like a $50 sign.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, you know, it's in printing in small numbers. That's one-off printing. Well, I mean,
Oh.
1 off or 3 off is pretty much the same price. That'll give you a price break for ordering 3 at a time. Maybe I'm going to the wrong company, but you know, it's a nice looking sign.
It's got to be setup fees. The materials cost something.
Yeah, and with this company, you know, you lose your. I mean, I got the file, but you know, you lose their file after 6 months of not ordering them. But I mean, like I said, it's not a problem since I've got the vector and all the setup. But they do. I think I do have to pay the setup again or something. Maybe I need to find a different printer.
Have you ever come across like the Bud K magazines or anything similar to that, or if you're familiar
No.
with them?
No, what is that?
Okay. They sell all types of different things, knives, you know, novelty stuff, all that. You order one thing and you'll get flyers forever. But they also carry a bunch of signs, and some of those are 10, and I believe they're selling for like $14.99. So that's what I was going to say. You know, it's kind of a tough fit there in signs. Close to $50. You know, I'm sure there's a market, but I definitely try to get something a little lower.
Yeah, because
If you're trying
50
to get
bucks
it
is,
out there, you know what I mean? I'm sure these companies are buying 200,000 or something because they already got contracts to sell things, so it's different for them. But you know what I mean? It's 50 to 15 is a big swing.
at 50 at the most. I'd like to sell it at 35 and make 15. Because the kind of sign looks like something that you would have in your back of your garage, and have it right there as a kind of a novelty sign, or something like that. Kind of like a handicap parking sign. Like my wife
Well, I
is
think it's
from
cool.
Yeah, my wife is from Czech Republic, and she's got a sign that says, it's got the Czech flag. It says Czech parking only.
If I was disabled or whatever, if I had one of them plaques or something, I would try to get it like your logo, or I'd use your logo a lot. I think it's cool in a sense because, you may be disabled, but it doesn't mean you're a damn pushover. So, yeah.
Right.
I could see the whole F around and get some and all types of stuff going with your logo. But I really like it. Basically, I think it's cool. Like I'd probably have that painted in my driveway parking spot just to make people laugh because it's pretty simple, and I could probably paint that. But I just think it's a cool logo. It's simple, but it's cool and it makes a good point. So I think you did a good job. So whatever you do, do the hell out of it with it.
So, Wield, I just had an idea. Have you thought about going around to your local gun shops and saying, hey, I've got these handicap signs. Would you be interested in purchasing one or two to place on your handicap spaces at your shop here? Worst thing that happens is they tell you no, but best thing that happens is they really like it and they buy a couple off you.
No, that's a great idea. That's funny as
I
hell.
like that idea.
You can also go to your local ranges, things like that. Kind of just get your little bit of branding out there, and maybe get a couple business cards to leave at their places and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I could probably sell them on the PVA website as well. You thought about it, but yeah, you're right.
On what website?
Paralyzed Veterans of America. I'm a fellow there. It's a congressional started nonprofit for the veterans. It's been around since the 1948. It's the oldest disabled veterans group in America.
Oh yeah,
so
I
it's
just said I'm familiar with it. I'm surprised they don't have something like a placard already.
Yeah. Well, I think they do have one, but it's PVA logo, and that's changed every 5 years, so it's completely different than it was 10 years ago.
Yeah, ever since you and I started talking, I've been telling you that I think there's a lot you could do with that logo.
Yeah, you told me that 2 years ago or a year ago.
And say it's unique, but just in the handicap world, there's so many applications. You could get fake placards made up that you're just kind of a novelty. Things like that. Like we were just talking about with the signs, you can go around to your local shops and ranges and
the only thing I see wrong with the placard idea, I mean, it's a great idea, but I could see somebody trying to use that to be able to park in a disabled parking spot.
I could see that too, but I think anybody with half a brain would be able to go, oh, well, that doesn't look right. I mean, I'm not sure if they're different from state to state as well. I've never looked into it.
Wait, are you talking about a thing to hang from your rearview mirror?
Yeah, but just like a novelty one.
When you get some cop that finds you using some fake one in a parking spot, what's that fine?
Yeah,
Be some forgery or something. Yeah.
I'm sure there's
And I personally think people shouldn't do that anyway. I mean, and I know everybody complains. Obviously, there was that one incident. Well, that was different. I don't think it was a handicap spot, but I think people should shame the hell out of people that do that. Same thing with the damn kids running around with the wheelchairs in the store playing around goofy. Yeah, there was times I know people personally that have gone to the store and can't, first they can't get a spot. Then the carts are nowhere to be found, and then if they get one, it's dead, left out in the parking lot, and it's a freaking hassle for other people just to run around being dumbasses. I just think if you're that inconsiderate, then we should be able to beat the shit out of you on the spot personally.
You mean we don't get to shoot them with rubber bullets?
Well, no, you're not going to kill them, but you're going to make them think twice. I mean, personally, because a lot of these places, at least in my state, as soon as it's a private parking lot, the rules don't apply. There could be a light, a stop sign, a yield sign, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's all courtesy. It's not a state law. It's private property. So therefore, if somebody runs a stop sign, they're not at fault. You know what I mean? It's not like they're getting a ticket for it. So it's on private property. Same thing with the handicaps. There's nothing they can really do. It's more of a courtesy thing in some cases. In some places, not everywhere, but it depends whether it's a private plaza or not. And people just get away with being jackasses. And personally, I think they're always the assholes that are look like drug dealers and shit, being issue people just taking advantage of shit. And I don't know. I just think. Yeah, people have gotten away with feeling they're untouchable for too long. And a little bit of respect would go a long way, because it could be your mom or grandmother or whatever, or you. And they're just common courtesy.
So I just looked it up on the internet, and according to this April 7th, 2020 article, it says that the DMV of California, 40 million people in California, I think, conducts up to 24 enforcements statewide on people using fraudulent parking placards. So in the state of California, each month they enforce that up to 24 times according to records. So it's not I guess it's not something that they put a lot of effort into. I'm just guessing.
Yeah,
more than 24 offenses in California each month, right?
I've been in a parking lot where somebody will park in that white X'd off area next to the parking zone, 6 inches from my door. There's just no possibility I could get in on my passenger side or the driver's side. And, I had to get a cop to, squeeze in my passenger door, crawl over, explain to him about the pistol in the door, and then him back it up so I could get in. And he can't give the guy a ticket because it's private property, just like G-Web said.
Wait, what?
And that guy should have got his ass kicked.
You would think that what I was just going to say is parking in a parking spot is one thing, but parking in like where it can mess with a fire truck or stuff also, you would think he could give them 2 tickets for that, right? Like messing around and
no. Next to where the handicap spot is, there's the white X'd off, like it says van only, where your ramp would go down.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking like kind of in the aisle between the store and the parking area or something.
No, I meant that
It's frustrating.
handicap area, just between the wide spaces.
If it's something like you can't enforce it, and that means it's being abused, then there should be some sort of what's the word, like amnesty. So if you have a valid placard and somebody's messing with you, then you don't get repercussions. Then you're basically sworn, and you can either write a ticket or like pop their tires or something. Like, oh, you want to see what it's like to be like frustrated? Here you go. How about 4 flat tires, guy? And you can pay the bill on that. Like the store's
now we're talking.
The store's clean, and you got amnesty because you got nothing else better to do except wheel around their car, popping out 4 tires, feeling better about it. And then
I like
come
that.
back and have a fit, and you go,
Or
hey,
drop your ramp right on their hood and say, "Oops, sorry."
oh, there you go. There you go.
Drop it.
This is why you should always keep a valve stem remover in your vehicle. That way, if you do encounter an asshole like that, you just loosen their valve stem a wee little bit. So when they go home, everything's fine. But when they get up in the morning, they got a flat tire.
That's perfect, and it's not obvious, and it waste a lot of time and effort. So it's perfect, and you don't really damage anything, really.
And the best thing is they'll inflate it and they'll think they're fine,
Yeah.
and then it just goes down again.
No, I love it. Basically, unturn it like a quarter turn, and just back in enough so that it's just not right in there all the way. It's perfect.
Yep.
And we're talking like a thing that looks like a screwdriver. It looks like a little snubby screwdriver that costs what, nothing? 5 cents.
Yep.
Or you
They're
get
like
the ones,
$3.
or you get the ones that look like just a regular cap tire. You know, that you put on your tires. They have ones that have the little valve remover built right into the valve cap.
Like, I was just putting this guy's cap back on.
So I see we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. Balding Curious. Welcome.
Oh snap! We're getting some heavy hitters in here now.
I know.
Bald, good luck with your range and the new owner of that property. I hope you find something else to shoot on pretty soon, or the new property owner lets you continue shooting there. Good luck.
Bald says you guys are evil, but he
I'll
likes
take
it.
that as a compliment.
No, being a selfish prick that feels entitled and parking in a spot where some older person's quality of life is going to be affected just so you can run in and get your 40. You should get your teeth kicked in.
I
Also,
completely would agree with that. I see we got Uplift Mofo Party Plan out in the crowd. So
you should also keep really heavy duty zip ties in your vehicle. That way, if somebody that was being a jerkwad like that had a rear wheel drive, take the zip ties and zip tie around the drive shaft. And then when they start up their vehicle, they think that they have an engine knob.
When they park like that and they go in and come back out with their grandma in a wheelchair, you're going to feel all bad.
Where do you
No,
put
you
the
just
zip
catch
ties?
the guy running back out to the car because he's usually got a little jog on, and then clothesline and do what you got to do, whatever. Find your local crackhead and have him deal with it.
yeah, I know. Like here in Oregon, if you park in a handicapped parking spot, I think it's a $1,500 fine. And if you park in the spots where it says like reserved for van parking, don't park, and it's got the X'd off spots, they'll just impound your vehicle.
There's zero repercussions here for parking in a handicapped spot. I don't think the only time I was actually ticketed once when I was in a rental car and I was getting out in my wheelchair and I said, "Oh, I'm in a rental car and I only have the permanent plates and I don't have a placard, to hang." But he saw me getting into my titanium, sport aid chair and he gave me a ticket anyway.
Now, could you have taken one of your plates off and then just stuck it in the back window of the rental car or on the dashboard of the rental car?
No, I mean, they just generally, they just don't even ticket anybody ever for parking in a handicapped spot. Just caught the wrong guy. The rental car company, that I got a ticket, they're like, we get those tickets all the time. Just throw it away.
So they won't ticket the jerk running in his, sports pants or outfit or whatever, but they'll ticket you getting out with your wheelchair.
With seeing me in my wheelchair. Now, this was not a cop. This was
Nice.
a 60-year-old volunteer. And I was kind of like, you're a volunteer and you're actually going to give me a ticket. And He's like, well, we'll see. You'll see when they get out of the store. And I'm like, okay, I'll see when I get out of the store. And sure enough, I had a ticket. I was pretty surprised, that he'd waste his time.
Unfortunately, sounds about right these days.
It
I would
was
have gone
kind of
down
one
to
of
the
those
local station.
Barney Fife type moments,
Yeah, I'd have gone down to the local station and asked to speak to the supervising officer on duty.
Well, I mean, truth of it, it's the first time I've ever seen anybody give a ticket, and this was on private property. This was at Costco, so I don't think he had any legal rights to give a ticket, or
No.
probably pretty voluntary at best anyway. But at least he
Well-
was out there giving somebody, besides me, a ticket that they would pay.
It
Or
might
would have
depend
a-
on your state too, because like in some states, the sign on the front door has the weight of law. Then in other states, the sign on the front door carries no weight. It's just a courtesy thing if you want to follow it or not. So in some states, it might be a similar situation where just because the parking lot's private property, if you still park illegally or run a stop sign or something, they still might be able to ticket you.
Hey, I'm
I
sorry
like the crap out of that. I don't think that's legitimate. First of all, I mean, he's a volunteer. Is he even deputized illegal for one? And that's like saying somebody parks in my spot, I can go down and put a ticket on your car. That's not the case. I don't see how they can do that either. They may say, pay the ticket or you're not welcome back in this plaza or facility, and that would be your choice. But legally, I couldn't see how that would hold up. Everybody picks their battles and different things, but I would have been probably in court over that one.
So, like, I know in some like Washington and Oregon here, we have what they call VIP, which is volunteer something police, and it's a lot of the older people or some of the younger guys wanting to get into the police force.
Are they actually in uniform and they've been sanctioned by their department? That's different. Like auxiliary police and stuff, that's different.
Yeah.
But just somebody that says, I'm the parking lot cop for the day. You can kiss my ass. I'm sorry, but it doesn't work that way. So I don't know. But if they're a deemed officer for that, that's fine. But again, if it's private property, they have no business on private property unless it's like harassment. So
I know out here on the West Coast, at least Oregon and Washington, if you're like Walmart or any of those businesses, yes, it may be considered private property in some aspects, but due to the fact that the business is open to the public, the law enforcement still can cite if there is a marked handicap spot, or if there is a stop sign or a yield sign or marked EMS, emergency medical, or fire truck lanes, stuff like that, that you can be cited for failing to comply.
Yeah, I don't think you could also go to court and deal with that in some cases. I mean, again, like here, if you're look like me and drive a Honda with a different exhaust, it's automatically illegal. So I get the ticket, I go to court, I tell them prove it, and they say sorry to waste your time. Have a good day.
Yeah.
But most people will just pay the ticket.
Yeah. With like handicap parking and stuff like that, there is, every one of those signs has like an RCW, Revised Code of Washington, or an ORE code for Oregon. They are actual laws that back them, And so, yeah, if you don't want to pay the fine, that's fine. They're going to, take your license. Then you're going to get in trouble for driving on suspended.
No, it'll be argued at court, and at the very least, it'll get reduced or dropped to something else.
No.
I mean, there's ways you can go through stuff. I know it's a violation, but still, I don't get all in the details here. But if I paid every ticket I was getting, I'd be broke. I can tell you that much. So
there's a lot of tickets.
Simple. I wouldn't even be able to drive at this point.
There's a lot of tickets that I'll fight and stuff, but there's certain tickets that they just tell you point blank, these are not going to be lowered. They like if you're speeding in a construction zone, whatever the citation you receive, that's done. If you're speeding in a school zone during like posted hours or when the flashing lights are going, those tickets are not going to get reduced. Period. Unless you can prove that like their radar or LiDAR is like they didn't follow the proper.
No, you can make the accusation that it's not right, and they got to go through the issue of proving it because they brought you in. That was the same thing with the exhaust. They have to take the time to compare it to be comparable to stock, and considering they don't print those numbers out, and it's a vehicle that's 19 some odd years old, whatever, it's not worth their time. So, I mean, there's lots of, again, it's all debatable, but I get what you're saying. In some places, the law is different, and, you should respect the law. It's pretty simple, but in some cases, you might get some bullshit. So it's always, especially if you're in New York. So a lot of times you go to court and make them actually work for it, and you don't even got to worry about it because 90% of people don't, and they don't want to bother.
I just say stay out of New York.
Yeah.
So, Wield, you were out shooting with Nighthawk Medic yesterday. How did that all go about? Are you there, Wield?
I think the lawyers have asked them all not to talk about it.
Did he
Can you hear me?
inline? Yep. Did you inline mute or something?
Can you hear me now?
Can definitely hear you now.
Okay, sorry. I went shooting with a Nighthawk Medic Shoots yesterday, and that guy has this. He said he didn't have the gene for feeling recoil, and he was shooting those 12 gauge shotguns. Like he would put a mag of like 10 shells in a 12 gauge, and put his foot back about a foot back from his front foot, and he would just lean into it, and he would just bam, 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 10 shots, and the target.
Nice.
We were indoors shooting buckshot, and the target never even came down. He was just completely shooting under it the whole time. I mean, it was incredible watching him. But we had a great time. He's a good guy. A lot of fun. He had this one pistol, and he said the guy shot it one time before me, and he goes, and I shot it one time, and I'm gonna let you shoot it. So I put 5 rounds. It's 10 Faglio. The first copy is a TC9, a full size, and the frame was all heat treated. Just a beautiful, beautiful gun. And so I shot 5 rounds of it, and he goes, well, you shot it 5 times more than me and the first owner shot it. I'm like, oh, when you said I only shot it once, I thought you meant like one time out at the range, 50 rounds. I didn't. So after that, he's like, well, I might as well shoot 5 rounds myself. So anyway, we were filming each other. So we're going to do 2 videos. I'll video him, and he'll video me, and we're going to kind of get together and then merge them somehow. I don't know how we're going to do it, but it was a great day.
Well, I want to thank R4 Mississippi Thunder for stopping by for a while. He had to bail, so we have Mr. Foss back in the house.
Yo.
How was the back room?
Nice and toasty. Lots of my pillows. They're comfortable.
Yes, they are. And American made, washable, breathable, little slice of heaven.
Yeah, those things are like $140.
No, they're not.
Dude,
What's
I will pull up a My Pillow right now and show you what they
Look,
run.
my broke ass paid full price for several of them, and I don't pay full price for usually anything. You know, I try not to if I'm cheap son of a gun, but you know, and there's always a cheaper way to get stuff. Like, you know, there's always something you just got to look for half the time. But I voluntarily paid regular full price for those pillows. And
For a while.
after testing one, went out and paid more, bought more.
For a while, Costco had a twin pack of My Pillows. I forget how much they were.
Did you see that David Hawk? Is it David Hawk? Is going to make a
Yeah.
pillow. They're making some anti-gun pillow.
Yeah, I think it'll do well for a few months and then tank.
And
'Cause
they're
I
not
think-
going to compete with Mike. I don't think.
No,
I mean,
no.
he's pumping them out so much right now, and they're behind. I just seen a show the other day where they did a live. Was it one of the news things that just because everybody's talking on? I can't think of the news organization, but just took a tour around the warehouse and stuff. I mean, I don't know if you guys are into any of that stuff, but man, that place is clean. Like compared to a lot of fabric places, that place is clean. So I've seen a few that look like freaking sweatshops. This place is nice, clean, automated. It's even got Raymond forklift in the back out of those are out of Green, New York. I mean, yeah, this guy's like doing stuff for Americans by Americans. So I don't know. Yeah, and now he's doing his own little TV network thing on shoot, I can't. It might be YouTube. So you know, he's not a guy with that kind of money, that kind of success, with everything against him right now, and he's still skyrocketing. He could be sitting there hanging out on his yacht, but yet he's out there still fighting for the cause. So I mean, I think that says something.
And Bed Bath & Beyond dropped him, so I think everybody should boycott Bed Bath & Beyond. If you don't shop there, don't shop there.
Kroger dropped him also. And I think Cole did also.
Well, I doubt Kroger was selling many pillows. I mean, not my Kroger, but Kohl's probably. You know, but I imagine Bed Bath & Beyond was a big pillow seller for him.
I'm pretty sure I've never even been in a Bed Bath & Beyond. I've seen them, but I've never been in one.
Yeah, but like Kroger, you know, there's also Fred Meyer, which is a Kroger brand. So you got to think about all their subsidiaries that run off of just the fact that you got Kroger as your main, you know, company, and then you've got your subsidiaries, just like with Bass Pro, Cabela's, Sportsman's, Big Five. Those are all the same company now.
Right. No, you're right. Kroger's does own a whole lot of other brands. I saw, you know, there's a good 15 other brands that they own.
I think they own Food Lion.
It might be a good thing he lost these companies, honestly, because they're trying to keep up with what they got right now. I mean, you're talking 300 people a shift. They're hiring right now. You know, anybody in that area, I think it's Minnesota, you need a job, go see the man. So, you know what I mean, type stuff. But I don't know. I think he can't keep up with it as it is. So Walmart, I think Costco, I think is the one that are two of the big ones that he's still pushing, plus all the private stuff. So, and they got a line running for each contract in a sense, one for their own, one for Walmart, one for the other one there.
Is there something different? Is there something different inside of it or something?
Honestly, I've said this too. I'm pushing these things not because I get anything from it, but they work. It's basically like chipped up foam, different sizes, but it's washable and whatnot. So you wash it, it feels just like a pillow again.
It's not like a sponge, but it's also not like any other kind of pillow, or like buckwheat or one of them kinds where it's seeds or something.
Right. It's different sizes, chipped foam, in different shapes. I think they're square and then normal, like chipped, whatever it comes out. But
they stay cooler too.
Because the air passes through the gaps in the pillow in a sense. And the gimmick, I think, is that however you kind of fluff it and put it, it pretty much stays that way. So if that's how it felt good to you, it's going to feel good to you like that all night. So you know what I mean. So it's kind of like in a way a gimmick, but it works. So either way, it's a win-win in my opinion. USA made, the guy supports Second Amendment, helped Kyle out. However you feel about him, whatever the fact, it's a company that went out of their way and put cash out for something they believed in, which I can respect. And it's actually a good product. So shit.
My problem is I feel like if you put one of them kind of pillows up in front of a gun, and it would silence the gun. So I feel like that should be against the law.
Yeah, you got a good point there. I mean, if a pillow can silence a gun, that should definitely make you think twice about owning that pillow.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop using my oil filter too.
It's a good thing that the ATF listens to this show so much, because next week my pillows are going on the NFA.
Just the act of
you guys have kicked them in the nuts. Thanks, guys.
Just the act of hushing the gun. If you put it under your head, it's okay.
I'm sure you guys are aware the guy was like a crackhead and stuff too back in the day.
Yeah. I've heard all that.
Yeah, but that's another aspect that he is kind of public, and look at most other companies, they bury that and try to hide it. He stands on it in a sense. So not saying it's necessarily like the greatest thing or whatever, but I'm just stating the honesty is kind of nice.
Yeah, the fact that he's like, hey, yeah, I had a rough past, but guess what? I've, moved on from that. I've gotten clean. Now I run a business. It's a great success story. That it's what America's built on. That's how we've come about in our country. Is people have gone from the very bottom, living on the streets, doing whatever they have to do to get by, and being able to drag themselves back up, get a regular job, move on, and then get their own business and, go from rags to riches. It's kind of the American dream that a lot of us would love to have.
RBN, that's the network that sponsored them and did a thing on them the other day, if anybody's interested.
Yeah, the Right Side Broadcasting Network. They have a promotion code that you can get. I think it's 20% off or something like that. If you use,
I was told 60%.
Oh, maybe it is 60%.
I might be wrong. I was just told that by somebody yesterday. So we're having a similar conversation.
They have it on there. If you go to right here on YouTube and you look up Right Side Broadcasting Network, they tell you in every one of their videos or live streams that you can. I think it's you put in the code RSBN or just RBN. I don't remember which one it is. And you get a certain percentage off. It might be 60% off. So we've been joined out in the crowd by Mr. SS Pawn, Mr. Stan. So if you're ever out in Lincoln, Nebraska, I hear he's off Interstate 80. So go give him a check out. He's got a pretty good business out there. And then we have totally not the ATF, Mr. Pancake Boy himself, running his alternate account.
I'm told RSBN is the code for 60% off.
Okay, so it is RSBN, right? And I know here pretty soon, I think RSBN will have an app so that you can put it on your phone to be able to watch them instead of having to watch, like CNN or any of the others. And they'll be on like Roku and I think Apple TV.
So it was hilarious in that show I was watching yesterday. One of the supervisors for an area, were brought up to him and they stated, well, tell us a little bit about your area and tell us a little bit about yourself. The guy was like, all right, how'd you get started here? And he was like, well, I used to rob people and stole cars and da-da-da-da. I'm like, what the hell? It's pretty funny. Guys like, I've been clean for years now, and it's all, Mike helped me out. Yeah, helped a lot of us out. It's kind of funny the way it came off, though. Like, yeah, I like the idea. I like that, but that might not be the best sales pitch.
Yeah, when I was in high school, we had a preacher, and he used to give us his pass like that. He was rough, and you wouldn't believe it. He had pictures of himself in the '60s with the white guy with a big fro. Kind of funny thing, how you could do that in the late '60s, early '70s. But he's got arrested, everything, and became a preacher. Not robbing banks. He robbed a pharmacy.
So I did say Lexington, Nebraska, right?
No, I was gonna say. I think you said.
You said off Highway 80.
Yeah, but I think you said Lincoln, Nebraska.
Oh, oops, Lexington.
Lexington is where SS Pawn is at.
Yeah, off Interstate 80 or Highway 80, something like that. I hear Travis talk about it all the time. I've never been there.
I drove past it one time, but it was I left Denver at night, and it was sort of like what do you call it? Like when you leave somewhere in the middle of the night and it's before morning, like before they opened in the morning, and I didn't realize, and by the time I kind of figured out where I was at, I had already passed them. That was the only opportunity I had so far.
Hey, G Webs, have you been to any of these super gun ranges? These, 10,000, 20,000 square foot indoor ranges?
I've been to a couple of them, but not all the biggest ones. Like now that they're fighting to be biggest kind of thing, I haven't been to any of those really big ones yet. They're all on the East Coast.
Yeah, I was at one yesterday. It's called the Governor's Gun Club, and
oh, really? Where at?
Kennesaw, Georgia. That's where the city where you have to own a gun in every household.
Is that the real fancy one? I think I've heard of it.
Yeah, that's I can't think of the channel. The guy that's a ranger. I'll think of his name in a minute. but he that's his home range. But they got an indoor skeet and
You're
trap
talking about
range.
Warrior Poet guy. What's the name of the
Warrior
guy?
Poet, yeah, Warrior Poet. That's his home range.
What's the name of the range again?
It's called Georgia Governor, the Governor's Club, Governor's Gun Club, I think.
Thanks.
There's two. So that's the one in Kennesaw, not the one in Powder Springs.
So we are joined out in the crowd by Mr. C4 Defense. Welcome. And Rugeroo's channel. And he was asking, what is this? We're just kicking back, chatting 2A and a bunch of different kind of crap. So,
All right, so it says state of the art 87,000 sport shooting in 80. I guess that means 87,000 square feet. Sport shooting and convention facility in Kennesaw. So it's got 32 pistol and rifle shooting lanes, 100-yard indoor, 30-yard indoor archery, virtual archery, firearms training simulators, private members lounge. Let's see, the whole place is 35,000 square feet. So what is that, like a Walmart? 32 indoor, I just said that. Blah, blah, blah. 30-yard indoor, I said that. This is all the same stuff. Here we go. 6,000 square foot main dining area for conventions and private events. So it sounds like they have a small place where you can have a medium-sized, small-sized gun show in there, or some kind of giant training event or something. This is Georgia, so they probably get super hot. So it's probably nice to have an indoor place to do stuff. And then an executive conference room accommodating 20 guests. No, I haven't seen that one. It doesn't say when they were built. Do you know when it was built?
I think it's about 1.5 years, 2 years old at the most.
Oh, okay. Then maybe I can almost remember adding something that was newer, because the only time I did any research on this was doing the 50 states thing. So I can remember finding something that I heard about that had 2 locations that's newer than what I knew. So that might be it. But yeah, that's it. I only see this one picture on with the truck right there. But it sounds like a pretty awesome place.
Yeah, the staff was really incredible, and they just treated us really nice. There was no manager on duty, but they barely charged us anything to shoot there for 3 hours. I think it was 2 of us for $26 or $28.
Oh, you went there? Is that where you went with Nighthawk?
Yeah.
Oh, for some reason I just assumed you went outside someplace. So, okay, that makes more sense then. And so,
he was
there.
I was gonna go up to his place, but he said it wasn't accessible, so he came kind of halfway down to me.
The one I've been to in Austin, they gave me like a tour and poked buttons and stuff to show me stuff I might have missed otherwise. So they had lanes where, like I'm used to a lane in an indoor range having the little gizmo to drag it down, the target down and then back to you. And then sometimes the fancier ones used to have like a thing that would tell you 75 yards or something, so you didn't have to guess. But nowadays, the like controls and stuff are crazy interesting. So did they have all kinds of like games and stuff built into the target control?
They do. They have not in our room, or they didn't have it turned on, but there's another room where they'll do blinking red lights and to simulate high stress.
Yeah, you
noises.
can have them like behind you or in front of you, like they'll be random. So yeah, like it'll just throw you all kinds of different simulations.
Yeah.
Or stimulations, I guess.
And it'll be a completely dark range, and you see nothing but red lights or blue lights flashing, just to simulate a traffic scene or police lights or something.
But then don't they have
targets?
Don't they have things where the target will be out there at 50 yards, then turn so you can't shoot it, and then move towards you and then turn randomly? I thought they had those kind of scenarios built in.
They do have that, but not. We weren't in that range. That's the simulator.
Oh, that's only certain lanes. Okay.
Yeah, they have them where the target is perpendicular, and then it flips, broad face, where you could see it for a few seconds, and then kind of turn sideways where it's just the edge of the paper and you can't shoot it, and then it.
Because there's the kind of thing where if you're with somebody, you can have them move the target and then just stop it randomly, and then you shoot at it. But if you do that at some ranges, they get mad at you for fiddling. Like just leave it there and shoot at it. Don't move it like that. But like I say, some of these new ones have that kind of stuff built into them. That would be an experience. I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it would certainly be interesting to see the target. Just
Yeah. Now this wouldn't where we were. You just picked up the exact amount of feet you want to go out, and it would zoom out to, 40 yards or 20 yards or 30 yards.
But I guess being a year old, it's all super nice too, because it's brand new.
Yeah, you really feel a lot more concussion, in that. It seems like it's a little over pressurized.
So how happy was Nighthawk?
He's a happy guy.
Was he anything like his videos? Was he?
Pretty much. He's on all the time. He's loud. Yeah, he's the same guy.
All right.
Not quite. His intro where he's real sappy. He's not quite that much, but pretty much.
So I have it on the screen. Was there a restaurant in there? It looks like there was a full-on lounge.
Yeah, there's a full-on lounge, but that's in the VIP side.
Oh, so you got to be a member.
Oh,
Yeah,
really? That's interesting.
Yeah. Well, I came in the non-VIP because I'm in a wheelchair, but I think Nighthawk might have came in the other way, and so I think he passed through it. I just maybe it's open there or not. I'm not sure, but the way I came through, I didn't see it.
Yeah, I was looking at it. No, I don't even see. Oh, I think this is because I'm over at the.
Oh, snap. If you go down to members, where would I find it?
You go in,
Membership somewhere, and you go all the way down. It's one-time fee and then an annual payment. It's not inexpensive to be a member there.
Kind of, I don't know, weird. One-time fee and an annual payment.
Well, it's like a golf course. Like they're going to have only a certain amount of slots, so you got to buy your slot probably and then keep it up. The good side of it is they're fancy. They're super nice. But I mean, for the amount of money to be like, it's $600 to be a regular member, basically, like the non-fancy members. So if you got to pay more than that to get into the restaurant, that would suck.
Like a lot of money.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's trying to be fancy, I guess. A lot of places will have like the restaurant available, but then like a separate restaurant for the fancy club or whatever,
So this is what they show. There's a picture.
Yeah, we missed that part. I would have loved to have gone to dinner with him, but we didn't see any. I didn't see any part of a restaurant nearly like that. I was kind of hoping there was going to be something like that.
They got any prices on that menu?
No, it says all limited. No, the prices are there. $12 for the appetizers, salads are 10, sandwiches are 10, 12, entrees are 24, 14, 15, 27. Seafood is 20 to 25.
Duck wonton is like $10, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'd have no interest.
Ooh, fried.
I'd like to have a place that was something like, not necessarily that, but the moving targets and all that, where they have the simulators. That would be nice. They don't tend to have anything like that in my area. But even if they did, and I had to become a member for $600, I wouldn't bother. I try to tag in on somebody else's membership. They're only a few bucks maybe, but that's a lot of dang money.
Now, this seems like the kind of place you got to tip people. Is it the kind of place you got to tip? Like,
It's more like a country club type deal or something.
No, it wasn't
Yeah.
that way. I mean, the guys at the counter were wearing their hats on backwards. I mean, it was, pretty down there.
But you weren't in the VIP area.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see any, beautiful hostesses or anything like that. So, it just seemed like a regular club to me.
I'm telling you, they got fried
Yeah.
alligator. They've got fried alligator.
Now, you think fried alligator in Georgia is frozen, or they got some source of alligator?
Well, they could easily be getting it up from Florida. That wouldn't be that.
And
that
I'm
wouldn't
thinking somebody that's in Georgia isn't going to be like, oh yeah, just give me any version of seafood, right? They're going to want like authentic seafood, probably, right?
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, it looks like they've got.
Like if you go to Vegas, you go, oh, I want seafood. You're not going to expect to get seafood like near a coast. But if you go somewhere near a coast and order seafood, I would think it's going to be pretty good. I don't know. It's
I
kind
don't know. I would expect Vegas, of all places, with airport and everything, to get pretty decent food.
Oh no, I know. I'm just saying, landlocked place that you can get a little bit of everything. It's still not going to be like the same as going to like New Orleans or something.
But I know that. What is it? Georgia. There is a place there in Georgia that actually touches the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, yeah, you got Savannah.
Oh
But,
yeah.
I mean, we got the East Coast, but what I'm saying is, in Atlanta, we're 4 hours from the ocean, but the top restaurants are getting food flown in twice or three times a day.
Yeah, I'm not going to those restaurants, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
So
I've been to one meal one time with everybody that cost $1,000 for 4 people, and that's the most I've ever been. I ate a salad that night, and it was bought for me. But that's the closest I've come to getting to a restaurant that gets stuff flown in 3 times a day.
No, these are table of 4. They're not crazy prices.
No, it didn't seem like it. It seemed like just fancy restaurant prices, or like nice restaurant prices.
So, the wife and I, we used to drive up and down the Oregon coast like all the time. We'd start in Washington, we'd drive all the way down to California, and we were in Lincoln City, Oregon, and so I chose this restaurant for us to go to. We went in there and saw the menu, and there was no prices on the menu and everything, and we saw some of the people coming in there, and they're in like really nice dresses, and the guys are pretty much in suit and ties, kind of at least blazers. I'm like, yeah, I tend to think we're in the wrong damn restaurant, because I'm in shorts and a t-shirt, and she's in blue jeans and a t-shirt. So we're like, yeah, probably not. So then she chose a restaurant that was like Chuck E. Cheese's. And so we're like, yeah, nope, we're out of here. And we ended up finding this really nice restaurant. It was called Pier 101. And oh my God, do they have like amazing food there. And it was right there on the ocean, so it was pretty cool. It was like $25-$30 a plate.
We were somewhere on Oregon near this place called Cannon Beach, and there was a rental car place. It was called Rent-A-Wreck, and I was in the Army, and we rented this 4-door Ford, and you could drive on the beach, and we had that car going up to about 100 miles an hour on the beach and hit this little waterway, and all 4 hubcaps shot off the car. So 2 went into the ocean and 2 went up the beach. We found the 2 in the beach, but never found the other. But Rent-A-Wreck never charged us for the extra hubcaps we didn't turn in.
they're kind of used to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Cannon
Yeah.
Beach is kind of a resort town. Washington or Oregon version.
Yeah,
Is it Oregon or Washington?
It's Oregon.
yeah.
Okay.
And then you go into like Long Beach in Washington. That's fun to drive on that beach. Also, I don't know if they've stopped that now. They were talking about doing away with allowing people to drive on the beach.
You still can right now.
And Astoria, that's a real nice beach town too.
Yeah, Astoria. That's at the very northern tip of 101, and they've got a really great taffy location, restaurant or candy shop, whatever you want to call it. That I think they've been around for over 100 years or something, making saltwater taffy.
We took our daughter into a toy store that was really cool there. Can't remember the name. Something like it had like Geppetto's or something like that. Had a lot of American handmade wood toys and all.
Yeah, there's a lot of those places up and down 101, and then when you get down to like southern Oregon on 101, like Bandon, Coos Bay, and stuff like that, you get into the Myrtlewood artwork and stuff, and some of that stuff is so friggin' like amazing.
I've been to places. You guys are talking about one thing, but they're talking about eating fish in the chat. I've been to places on the shore before, like on vacation or wherever, to where I've eaten like, where it's fresh type of food. Like, there's no contest between that and what frozen, prepared, not near the source type of food.
Yeah,
I had
oh, go ahead, Wield.
I had my sister had a boyfriend, and he had his own private island off of Charleston, and he used to get these cast nets, and he would just throw it out like 3 times and get a couple of mullet, and mullet are kind of like trash fish, but when you eat it fresh, when it's just caught 10 minutes early, it's incredible. I mean, it just the matter of how bad the meat degrades, within a couple of hours is, all the difference. So, a lot of fish tastes a lot better when it's caught that day or hour earlier than it does, a day later or 3 days later. Yeah.
That's what it is. It just starts to, the fish goes away so fast, or like loses it so fast, right?
Yeah.
That's similar
Same
with
with vegetables in a sense. If you pick vegetables out of a garden for dinner, it tastes a lot better than the crap you're buying at the store.
Well, that's true. They just look like they're edible, but they're just like tasteless lookalikes of real vegetables from a garden. When you eat like a tomato from like a Walmart or something, it's like, well, this looks like a tomato, but it's just going to taste like water.
Well, okay, so a lot of that is that they're actually picked green, and then
Right.
and then in CA and stuff, that's where they're aged. So the color actually will come on, and they'll go from being green to being like red on your tomatoes.
I was thinking this thing on Safeway where they bring the tomato or the bananas up here green, like all of them are green, and then they have these giant rooms look like garages. They push a bunch of, like when they meet them, they'll push a bunch of green bananas in there, give them whatever whatever kind of gas it is that they need, and then they come out yellow. So they literally bring them up here whenever they're green, they're picked and everything. They're just sitting there, and I forget where it was, somewhere up by you, I think in Oregon or somewhere. They're just sitting there green, and then they have these giant rooms that they put like
Methane.
pallets and pallets of bananas in. And then I was watching a thing about how in the old days they used to bring them up on branches, so there was like a whole big like everybody had a fit when they went from dragging branches of bananas to boxes of bananas, and then they went from boxes to cargo containers. Anyway, we're getting off subject.
Methane gas is what makes them yellow.
But yeah, I'm sure it's the same with tomatoes, right? Like they just kind of,
Yeah.
they're just made to be sort of a commodity. But the thing is, we get them here in Arizona. We get the scam because I forgot to go today. Damn it. But on all the stuff they can't make it north, they sell us really cheap, and I can go get stuff super cheap. Like I think I'd pay $7 for 60 pounds of vegetables, and it'll be stuff that's just super ripe. But I have a dehydrator, so I'll go pick it up once in a while, and then it's all super delicious, but it's almost at the end of its lifespan, so you have to do something with it almost really fast.
Roo says if we go to Louisiana, that he'll take us to some of the best seafood places. Now, there's a lot of damn good seafood down in Louisiana.
See, I hang out with people that would appreciate that, but I don't eat that much stuff like that. So they'll go somewhere, Vegas or Arizona or something, and go, "Oh, this is horrible. It's not like Louisiana. It's not like Louisiana." So I hear that all the time.
Well, so I've been to Louisiana. I got most of my dad's side of the family is down in Louisiana, and they do have some really good seafood. But again, it comes to like different kinds of seafood. So like when you go into like Maine and you get the soft shell crab, those what are they? The blue,
Like a blue crab.
yeah, the blue shell crab. Those taste way different than coming over here to Washington or Oregon and getting like king crab or
Dungeness.
Dungeness. They have a whole different taste, and so they got to be prepared differently. So
Well, and both of those are different than going to like Louisiana and they eat like shrimps and other kind of things.
crayfish.
And then you go to someplace else and it's fish. So it's just because it's seafood. You know what I mean? Like I could go to some places near the shore and not even be interested in what they got to offer. But then other places, it's like, oh yeah, okay. These are different kind of, like if they had nothing but snails or them barnacle looking things, I don't think I'd be all that interested in eating one of them if it was fresh or not.
Yeah. Now, you want to talk about having some good food? Go into Louisiana and get a nice poor boy sandwich. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some sort of, I don't know what they call it, because if I knew what they call it, I would buy it. But there's some sort of stuff that it isn't pickles. It's sort of like a pickled relish, I guess. And they put it on them kind of sandwiches. And it's amazing. And I don't know what to call it. I found it a couple of times when I was traveling the country, and I was like, oh, good. I found it at Walmart, actually, one time. And I was like, oh, wow. Like, now I know I can get this at Walmart. And then it turns out it's regional. Like, they don't have it at every Walmart. And
So-
it's not chopped up peppers. It's chopped up like pimentos and olives and stuff, and it's amazing.
If you remember what the name is, or if you have like an old jar of it,
No, I don't.
you can go to your Walmart and they will bring it in. So
Oh, okay. You can ask for it, you mean?
yeah, because like when I lived in Simpsonville, South Carolina, I got addicted to Milo's sweet tea. And like when I went back out to Washington, they didn't, like, no one even knew what Milo's was. And I asked the guys back in like produce, doing the milk orders and everything. I was like, hey, can you guys, get Milo's, because they sell it at the Simpsonville Walmart. And they're like, well, we can look into it. And so the guy went back and got his handheld. He's like, yeah, I can order it. So I was like, hey, would you, bring it in? And so he's like, yeah, I'll bring in 1 case, which is 4 gallons. He goes, because I'm not sure that this is going to sell. And then next thing you know, he's like, I can't even keep it on the shelf. We get it in and it's sold out.
Right on. I never even thought about that, but that makes sense. I should have kept a freaking jar. I'd asked some people that, like the people I'm talking about that always go to Louisiana. I'm like, oh, you guys know what this is, and they ended up bringing me back like chopped up olives or something ridiculous that was similar but not the same stuff. I never even thought about keeping it for that though.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense. I could have probably bought it online too. I mean, I know the company, but the problem is that company makes nothing but like a zillion types of relish. So I kind of need to see it laid out on a sandwich or something to be able to tell it isn't just the chopped up olives or whatever.
Is it for the
Yeah.
muffaletta?
I think so. Or is that
Yeah.
a kind of sandwich?
Yeah, the muffaletta is a sandwich.
Then it's either that or a po' boy, but I don't know because I don't pay enough attention. And I remember eating it one time or a couple of times actually. It was a restaurant out here that had it. And I was like, this is amazing. Then the restaurant went out of business because nobody likes eating Louisiana food in Tucson, I guess. But,
Yeah, the muffaletta is this really huge sandwich, and it's just all kinds of layers of meat, and in between
then
all
they
the
got
meat,
that
it's got an
kinda-
olive spread. Yeah.
yeah. Of course, I don't get the one like that, but I've eaten that bread and that stuff before. And I think they eat it other ways, but I'm pretty sure it's like from a sandwich. But I didn't get it. I got it at a restaurant either in Vegas or I think it was in Vegas. And then somebody was telling me, this is exactly like the one we get in Louisiana. You got to try this. I was like, okay, this
Brand
is.
name. I got a buddy that's from Lake Charles. He'll tell me the name.
Well, if Rugeru's still out there, he might be able to throw the name out in the chat.
Problem is, I wouldn't know. Like I say, I got to look at it. I know that it isn't. I know that, like I said, there's the company with these red lids, and they make like 5 different. I don't even know, a lot of different kind of relishes, basically. And some of them are just chopped up, like one of those yellow peppers that are in rings, right? Like that aren't very hot. And then some of it is literally just chopped up olives, nothing more than olives chopped up and then put in oil, which I guess people put on stuff. But that's just salty, that's just gross, kind of. This is something totally different. I don't know what it is. It's tomatoes or something red. And
Is it the Rosetta brand?
It might be, if that's the brand at Walmart with the red lids. Problem is that I've been looking. When I went to the Midwest up by Pink, they had it at all the Walmarts. So I was like, oh, I can just get this whenever. And back then I was eating bread all the time. So I would buy bread and a jar of that stuff because it doesn't go bad. And then I could just dip the bread in there or smear some on there and it'd be good, right? But then I ran out and I got back to this side of the country and they don't have it at any Walmart. And this was years ago. It was whenever 18 or something. So it was a couple years ago already. But like I said, now I can find the sliced picked peppers and some kind of olive chopped up stuff. Actually, they don't even sell the olive chopped up stuff out here. Now that I've been paying more attention, there's because at least that specifically, they don't sell those at every Walmart. And then when I was eating the little pies, they sell different pies in different parts of the country. FYI.
Yep. So yeah, if you ever come across something when you're out and about on your like a travel and it's at a Walmart, you can go back to your home Walmart and ask them to, bring it in for you.
Oh, I was gonna say you could also look it up and buy it on Walmart.com, right? And then
Yep.
tell it to send it to your Walmart or your closest one.
But yeah.
Oh, Chow Chow. See, I've heard of that before, but the problem is I think Chow Chow is one of them things that like my grandma makes it this way, and your grandma makes it that way, and Aunt somebody makes it that way, and then this kind is kind they sell in this store, and then this brand is I think that's sort of like coleslaw. Like everybody's is a little bit different, but I don't think it was Chow Chow because I would remember that. That seems too easy to remember. It had a name, but what did you call it? Muffaletto? It might have just been like Muffaletto sauce or Muffaletto. Because I don't know, or else it sounded something like that.
I think it's pronounced muffaletta with a A at the end.
Oh, well, okay, but I'm just saying I didn't even pay attention. I remember seeing it in a jar at some Walmart one time and going, okay, I'm going to smear that on some bread, and then didn't think nothing of it. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. This is that stuff from Louisiana. Anyway, and then the rest of the story.
Let's see if I.
But anyway, whatever that stuff was, like it was really good. You just put it on bread and eat it.
There is a New Orleans style olive muffalata.
In a jar from that company.
Yeah.
That's
Oh
probably.
well, I think this one's from a different company, but it looks like what you're describing.
The real famous store in New Orleans that sells it is actually a grocery store, like one of those real crowded, tight little grocery stores. It's wide as a shop, but they have a sandwich counter, delicatessen, and there's a long line all the time.
It's like
But,
a
you-
cheesesteak or something. Anytime somebody goes there, they get one.
Yeah, exactly. So the line is just kind of like a deli line that makes sandwiches, and you get there at 10 o'clock in the morning, and there's no line there. And we were leaving town at 10 in the morning, and got one of those big sandwiches that's bigger than our head, and split it all the way home. 10-hour drive, and we're by the time we're done, we're at home. We're like, I'm never eat one of those sandwiches again. It was great, but I've had enough.
Yeah, it's like too much of it.
Right.
Are you talking about like Weber's?
Is that the name of the store? Might be.
Well,
I thought
there's a Weber's. Well, it's
I
just
thought it
easier.
sounded more ethnic than that, more Italian sounding or something.
Is this what you're? Weber's dill pickle relish.
Are you talking to me? No, the stuff I'm talking about is like a red, but and it's pickled, but I don't think it's pickle. It's more like an olive is pickled. I don't know what the word is for that. Brine, maybe. But anyway, it looks more like a chopped up red than green. There's
like
might be
more of a-
green, but the stuff itself is definitely red. Or maybe it's. Imagine if you chopped up a tomato. You can't really call that red because there's so many seeds and stuff in it. So there's enough peppers and stuff in this thing that it's a good percentage of it is just the seeds out of a tomato or out of the pepper, and it has that color to it. So it's red, but it doesn't also ketchup or anything. It's not red. Tempanade? Now that sounds interesting. I'm gonna go look that up because that sounds like a word that it could be. Is that what you put on a muffaletto? Oh, see? No, this is similar, though. The tempanade or whatever that was he said in there is like imagine taking olives and chopping the smack out of them so that they're almost like a paste. And then you put olive oil in it or something. And then it's, you know what pesto is? It's almost like pesto made out of olives, so it's salty. And that's not it either because that's more green with it. By the time you chop it all up, it's green. Now, it could just be that company that I buy this, that's at Walmart. See that kind of
They sell this at
similar.
Costco, and it's not that good. It's
No,
too
it's not.
oily.
It's super oily, right? And it's not that salty, and that's similar, but it's not the same stuff. The stuff I'm talking about is way more pickly or way more spicy.
Yeah, I think you want more of a tapenade, but tapenade's a little too ground up. It needs to be a little more chunky.
And that's the problem is I guess it's Louisiana or New Orleans area. They just got like a million different sauces and they're all similar. But olive tapenade goes. See, the thing I'm looking at has more red in it though, so it must have been maybe the thing I'm looking at is some version, like some salty Walmart version, and that's why I like it because it's not authentic, and I don't know.
Yeah, I got this in my refrigerator that's on the screen now, and it's a waste of your time. It's just oily. You don't. The oil has no flavor. It's a waste of.
Right.
money.
It would be like when somebody just likes to dip bread in plain oil. Like whoever likes that would like that kind I have had, the tempanade that I've had. And somehow they get olives that aren't salty and put them in there.
Yeah, I won a bet with my wife that olives had not much salt in them, and she was like, "Oh no, they're all salted." And I won the bet. There's not much salt in olives, actually.
You mean like a real one? I always thought they were salty. You're saying they like salt them or they soak them in brine or something first?
No, it's a different. It's an acid flavor, and there's when you look at it, you could eat a ball of olives and not have too much salt. It's not like you're gonna have a sodium fit.
So Ruru says olive tapenade goes on muffaletta.
Right. That's the stuff we're talking about. It's like olives chopped up in like in oil. But
I think there's anchovies or something else in there.
Oh, really?
Like
Stuff
anchovies and some peppers and some other things. It's not just olives, right?
Oh, I see. Besides olives, you're right. Yeah, there's something else in there. But the stuff I've had, the tamponade or whatever, at least the jars that I've had, because I've had this gripe to people in the past, especially those people that I was talking about that act like whenever we eat Louisiana food, they won't shut up about it. I'm always like, yeah, well, if it's so good, then get me a jar of that stuff that I can't figure out. But they have tried before giving me jars of stuff, and they're like you're describing. They're just super, like I said, I don't know. Maybe you'd put them in with like something else that's got spice, so that they're, it's just bringing the oil, but it's not salty and it's not tangy. It's not anything. It's just oily. But like depends on what you're eating it with too. If you're eating it with I don't remember what it's like anymore to eat like half-inch of what is that? Deli meats or whatever. Like on one of those sandwiches are basically like a Dagwood, right? Like just a bunch of sliced meats, and then a couple of lettuce or something, and then the bread. So it's some kind of sliced meat sandwich. Maybe you want a bunch of oil in there. You can almost like in salami, I think. But I don't remember what's on the muffaletta, if it's ham or salami or what it is.
You must have lost wheeled and well armed again. This is it like this?
That looks a lot more like it. That one's calling it olive. I mean, that wasn't the jar, but the red in there looks a lot more closer to what it was. It's one of those things when I remember to do it and I'm traveling, I'll go into like a local place and try to buy, look on the shelf and try to buy something similar. Because half the time, if I find something that isn't right, but it's close, it's still going to be good, right? Unless it's gross, it's still going to be something. It's not what I'm looking for, but it might be still good. Or more often than not, it's usually still good.
We got 2 Live Moo out in the crowd. So do we have any other topics we want to try discussing? So, Mr. G-Web, you got any things coming up that, like patchbacks or anything like that coming up?
I had stuff planned for like last year, and then everything got so dumb and weird that, it wouldn't have been like the right time. And then this year, I don't know what the heck to do. Because, is this stuff that we're about to hit a bunch of, what do they call it, like a red herring, or is it a bunch of BS because they're trying to distract us from something else? Or is it going to be, like a bunch of idiots vote for this stuff and then we have to see what it's like, I don't know. So yeah, I have no idea. So that's a good question. I haven't put too much thought into it, but mainly because everything's so weird that I don't even know where the best time spent is. So yeah, I guess I've been looking at building resources. In fact, as I'm sitting here talking, I'm distracted because I'm working on adding a thing to Minuteman University. So just trying to, what am I trying to say? Like try to figure out what all resources we have, because since we don't know what fight's coming, how do we prepare, right? Like, what's the best way to prepare or how to prepare? We don't know what's coming, so.
I do know we've got right now, we've got a major fight going on in California, where we've got Miller v. Becerra that's sitting in trial. That's actually happening.
Well, yeah, but I hear you. But we can't do nothing about that other than witness it. I hear you.
Yeah, you know, I honestly I hope Miller wins that trial. Because if Miller wins that trial, that will be a major win for the entire United States. You know, does Becerra decide to tuck tail if he loses and say, okay, I've lost enough. Let's move on to our next fight, because he's got what, three suits against him right now in California. He's got the Miller v. Becerra, the AWB. He's got the California gun roster, and he's got the magazine ban. All three are going on at the same time.
So who is he? The Attorney General?
Yeah. And
how long is his, like, they're elected, right? So how long is his, like, duration still? Like, is he in for a while, or is he at the end of his term?
I'm not even sure if he's going to stick around, because I've heard that he's, being like one of the top picks for Biden to move on to, because of how anti-2A he is.
Oh. So he could have been doing this stuff to show off for his resume, basically.
Well, he's been doing this for years. I mean, he's the one that replaced Kamala Harris after Kamala Harris left the AG of California.
Well, he's got nothing. Well, I guess just because I'm not paying that close attention, but it's been, I don't know how many days now in trial or whatever, and it's been, I guess, him putting up his position, and then it's been the other attorneys putting up their position, basically, for the last couple of days, and then it'll be the judges go away for some undetermined amount of time, and then they'll come back with a decision, or is the undetermined part wrong?
So, the Miller v. Becerra, I believe, is in front of a jury trial.
Oh, okay. So it'll be similar to what I just said. They've been offering their positions to the jury, I guess, not the judge, and then the jury will go sit for a bit and come back. Okay.
Yeah, so this is like a whole, I think, like jury trial.
I guess I just assumed, or maybe something I saw made me think that. So then, are they sequestered, or are they seeing, like, the memes and stuff? I wonder.
I think this is all being done like Zoom conference.
You mean the trial? Like the jury?
Yeah.
Zoom?
Yeah, I think the whole entire thing is all being done via like Zoom. Something like that, where they're all, I don't think they're together due to the fact of, the Rona and crap like that.
Were you watching the Second Amendment Foundation did their weekly bullet today? I forget who I was in.
Yeah, no, I didn't catch that. I was talking with Chris yesterday about, when they're going to do the next, the 2021 2A rally.
Right.
And so hopefully that will happen in person. I think it's end of September, middle of October, somewhere in that time zone. So, yeah, that's, I kind of like the fact that they're going to attempt to do it back in person.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, I guess, how all this both BS affects it, right? Like, it would have been one thing without all the garbage, like pandemic stuff they'd have to worry about after 2 years. So first they got to see if they can even have it, but then the normal amount of people that were hemming and hawing about going because they didn't know if it was going to be worth it or blah blah blah. Like now you've got the whole like whatever factor of if people are going to go because of health, and then after all of whatever happened with what they're suggesting happened with the Trump thing in DC. How is that going to affect the turnout and the perception and all that of something that happens this year, later on in the year? But I'm with you. I mean, I'm curious to see how it goes. I'd rather see stuff happen in real life than not, for sure.
Yeah, I know that when I had him on the panel, not yesterday, but the time before when we actually all were doing panels, I had given him a suggestion of like doing breaking it up into like time zones. So you have four locations across the United States, and then also having it viral or being online at the same time. Kind of, you'd have maybe you get more people showing up than trying to go across country.
Yeah. Well, this year, yes. Normally, I'd be like, but the point would be, I mean, yes, maybe, but then they had that same potential when they did the real one, the first one. So the whole idea of getting together and what that means, the struggle to get there and the costs and the sacrifices and stuff, like that part of it is cool. And then being there, I can tell you from being there, there's a whole different value to it or what you get out of it when people come from all over. Like we were hanging out with people from all over, right? And I'll always remember the people that came down in buses from Connecticut, for example. So, because they made a big effort to bring people to it and stuff like that. So when you have it in one place over and over, then you allow stuff like that. Like Connecticut Citizens Defense League, right? They brought, I forget, 3 buses of people down to the rally in 19. So there wasn't one in 20 because they weren't allowed to. Yeah. And then let's say they do the next one. That's the first time someone will have an opportunity to emulate what Connecticut did. So let's say Arizona or Nevada or Oregon wants to do something similar, or what like Virginia did with the big orange bus. I don't know if you've seen the big orange buses they had for Virginia for their rolling for the 2A. Kind of a parade type of thing they had for their lobby day in January.
I didn't see that.
Anyway, they rented buses and wrapped them. So, let's say that somebody in Oregon wants to do that, rent a couple of buses or something, and then meet up with people in Oklahoma, and then meet up with people in Memphis, and then, meet up with the people in DC or something. So like that kind of stuff would happen if you kept it in DC. I guess it could still happen if you had it in regional capitals as well. But you know what I'm saying? It gives an opportunity for that kind of creation of stuff. Now, as I'm getting older and I'm watching like people just go, in a race, no big deal. Like, let's watch it burn. And then, big deal if Bloomberg would have paid good money for watch it burn or to make it burn. Like, we'll just do it for him, right? My position on that. Like, as I'm getting older and watching people just forget about tradition and lose respect or any kind of, I don't want to say reverence, but like value in things that are done, not necessarily like out of habit, but for reasons, right? Like there's a reason traditions exist. There's like stuff that goes into broad strokes that are well defined because over a long amount of time, people figured out that these things that might seem simple or super profound are like useful or efficient. So, getting people together, for example, there's no way to describe that unless you've been together. Like listening to music all day and night is not going to a concert. And unless you've been to a concert, you don't know what I'm talking about. And that would be my fear, is that a whole bunch of people, new Second Amendment advocates, as those of us that are old get done, tired, and broke and can't do it anymore, like the Second Amendment advocates that are next, if they've never assembled, if they've never been to a concert, if they've never been to like a rave, if they've never been to like, I don't know, name anything, a sporting event, like something that's got to be, a race or something. Like when you bring a bunch of people together, there's that like energy that happens, and that there's other people that sacrificed and they're deciding to be there with you. Like that's visceral. There's a reason why it's in our First Amendment. So anyway, for those reasons, I like the idea of having one, but I can understand the 100 reasons why you'd have, difficulty to do that. And especially in this year, like in a normal year, I would be way more advocate for like just the one. Let's keep doing the one. If we even wanted to ever do it again. I was told that it was never going to happen again. And I kind of liked that it was just going to be a one thing ever. So, honestly, they could say there was only the one, and now it'll be a different thing, and it'll be at state capitals, or like you say, regionally or something. But the thing is, they don't have to. I don't like, if you're going to do it regionally, then I like the idea of being able to go to all of them. So I don't like not being able to go to them, because whenever I was trying to figure out the rallies for 2020 before everything went weird last year, at the beginning of the year, I was hoping to be on the road, getting ready for the election and to experience all the rallies. Because I'd been to the one in New Mexico, I'd been to the one in DC, and I'd been to the one in Arizona for like the 5th time. So I had seen what an anti-Trump rally that said it was an anti-gun rally was like, 18,000 people walking around Phoenix. And I've been to all those other pro-gun rallies. So I was really looking forward to 20, because it had, started out the year to have, I forget now, 25 different rallies or something. And I tried to figure out a route, like, just ideally, if I had the money, how could I get to all of them? And there was, I think, three that were, or what would that be, 5? Like, there was like a bunch that were on one weekend, and then 2 were on another weekend, where they were just too far away from each other to actually go one day to one and one day to the other or something. Like, so that in that respects, we'd want our media, for example, to be able to hit all of them, right? We wouldn't want an organization that could only afford to be at one to have to choose. So I don't know if that's as effective, but anyway, I would throw that idea. If we're going to make it a regional or a state capital thing, then what if, like, every weekend, would it be? Yeah, every weekend, if a different capital had a 2A rally, that would be a 2A rally every week, right? Like, that would be kind of neat. And then there could be a crew of people that just like that follow concerts, or a bunch of people that follow a race or something, or, follow a circuit or something, sports or something. There could be people that just followed these rallies and reported on them and experienced them all. And what would that be like to have a dozen people that experienced 52A rallies in a year? What kind of Second Amendment like community will we have after having those people around?
Yeah, and I see, both sides of it. And yeah, I mean, the one location is a good idea if we're gonna keep it an ongoing, and try to keep it around the same time every year, so you can kind of plan on that kind of stuff. And I see we have Gizzard out in the crowd, and Mr. Warsaw Patriot, who says he's going to be doing some more AK stuff on his channel. So that is pretty awesome. While we were talking, Uplift Mofo said Utah is voting in constitutional carry. So hell yeah. So yeah, when I was doing that video on the patches. I had my the safety glasses on, which also have a camera on them, and I completely spaced off hitting the record button on the camera.
Oh, okay, that's what I was wondering. So, you mean like built into the frame, like between the eyes?
Yeah, there's a. I can pull up the video real quick and I can show you right where the camera is. So
Is it called put a link out there? I put a link out there.
right here,
Oh, okay.
there's an actual camera, right? And you can switch that camera from either that side or over to the other side. You can see there's a little like dimple or nipple or whatever you want to call it sticking up on the other side. So you can choose which side of which eye you want to have your camera.
Oh, okay.
over.
So it's not dead center. In other words, it's like kind of looking over your on
Yeah,
a gun
so
or over a camera, like you would be looking down a baseball or something.
Yeah, so like if you wanted to go and do like point of view shooting or stuff like that, you can have a nice camera sitting right there.
Back in my day, we would hold our gun with one hand and hold our phone up between the gun and us with the other hand, and then look through the phone to do stuff.
Now we just bring out all this high tech stuff.
I've seen those before. There was something like that back in the day, but it's like whatever. If the cameras were 720, it was 480. Like it was a behind or whatever, and I never grabbed one.
Yeah, these are, I think they're like 720.
Yeah, that's still decent compared to like back in the day. Although Clover was saying he tried to get his old cameras running, and I was thinking about doing the same thing, and then he said he didn't want to even bother because it looked so bad, and I was thinking, yeah, I think that's why I quit using them too, because even when you turn my old cameras on to the highest quality, it's like foggy compared to the cell phones. Do you buy those or get them for like a review?
No, I bought those.
They expensive?
So on AimCam website, yeah, they're pretty spendy. But I went down to my local store and see, this is the setup I have right here. It came with all of this, except it didn't come with the SD card. So you get 3 sets of lenses. You get the cleaning cloth. You get the tool. You get some spare parts. You get the bag. You get the nice little carrying case and everything. And these are $250 on their page. And I paid $40.
Oh, okay. That's a lot better.
So yeah, they have, and you can get where you have a blank mount, or you can have like your prescription lenses added right to them if you wear glasses. So you could have, all that.
Yeah, these are already nicer than the ones that back in the day were just like a real goofy looking, almost look like the thing the dude from Star Trek wore, except they kind of look like sunglasses underneath.
Yeah, these are the ones I'm thinking about switching over to.
Yeah, those look a lot more like a normal set of glasses, huh?
Yeah, these, and then you have your camera dead center in the in the bridge. So yeah, and again, you can have your prescriptions put in there if you want them. So then you could, so if you were at a rally or whatever, you could be wearing these and people wouldn't even really be knowing, and you could be filming. It's not saying that, but you could have multiple different angles for,
Yeah, I'd consider them like a dash cam or something. Just have it as like backup all the time. It's because it's like a fisheye lens, no?
yeah.
But I've seen things where even when they take like 360 cameras, you just take like a fisheye and you take a portion of it, and then it looks a lot more normal. Patriot is saying using offset cameras like that, you could record in 3D. That's what I was kind of thinking. I was watching this guy on some video, random one that came up, and I was watching it, and I'm like, what is this guy carrying around 4 cameras? And then I figured out I thought he was carrying around a selfie thing, but he's carrying around a 360 camera on a stick, and he sets it down on the table or wherever he's at, and then it's recording 360 degrees. And what he'll do is he'll slice out just, a thing of him or a thing of somebody else, and then gets, as if he has 2 or 3 cameras, but it's really just taking that giant 360 thing and taking a section of it or slice of it basically and laying it down as a separate video all the time. And I was like, oh, that's super efficient. You just go into like a museum and walk around with the 360, and then you've literally recorded everything. So if you want to go back and record an aisle or a section, you just take that piece of that 360 and splice it out of there or copy it out of there, lay it down separately. I mean, in theory, I don't really have a 360, so I'm guessing you can do that, but that's what it looks like that other guy did.
Yeah, I'm
It
not
looks like
100% sure because I'm not really a techie, but I'm trying to figure out new kinds of stuff to help when I do my videos and stuff.
I think that's a big piece of it, is having multiple cameras, so you have like something, because I don't know, I don't do it, but I'll when I'm paying attention to stuff that's good, it's the subtle stuff where you don't even realize they've got 3 or 4 different cameras happening, or they took 3 or 4 different takes to make it happen. So I would think having 3 or 4 cameras right off the bat recording would give you so much more to work with.
Yeah, and you have multiple different angles going on also that you could switch between. But yeah, so I can tell you one thing: when you put those with the sunglass lenses on that I had on, it's almost pitch black. You can, it blacks out it makes it really dark. So on like a bright sunny day, they'd probably be really, really good. But on a cloudy with a little bit of sun going on, yeah, it makes it so you can't really see. So I had to edit part of the video where at the beginning you see me lifting up the glasses trying to find the record button on the camera on the cell phone. I couldn't even see any of the cell phone screen because it was so black.
I wonder if there's some sort of coating or refraction or something that might be working against you too. Like 2 anti-glares or something that cancel each other out. You can't see through them.
Yeah, not. And I was trying to run a split screen on my cell phone so that I was seeing both cameras at the same exact time. So I had half the screen on the phone with the glasses, what I was seeing in the glasses, and then what I was recording. So well, and so Wiley brings up the problem is it gets expensive quickly with multiple cameras. Now, if you find, the cameras that are on sale, or sometimes you can go on to Craigslist or whatever, or you can even go to whatever local store, Walmart, whatever, and you can buy, just those prepaid cell phones. You don't have to buy like a super high quality, okay, I'm going to go buy the Samsung S21, or the iPhone, 28, whatever is out. You don't have to buy the top line. You can just buy, some of the older, or just look at what the camera quality is and get you a, $60 cell phone that you can put downrange, that all you have on there is your memory card, so that if you accidentally shoot your phone when it's downrange, it's not your personal phone that you're using. Even if you're using your cell phone as one of the cameras, have that one up close to you so it's filming like you, and everything, and then have the one that's down filming your target as a cheap, cheesy phone, and if you accidentally shoot the phone, you're out like $30-$60. I don't know if anyone else feels that way. Mr. Foss?
Yeah, that or like the knockoff GoPros. I have an Akaso. I don't put anything downrange. For the target, I've got an older Canon which has a super zoom on it, so I can zoom in on it because I'm indoor range stuff, so it's not that far. But I forget what something stupid like 52 times zoom on it or something like that. We'll set that up. But the knockoff GoPros, they've come along, and I've never had a GoPro, so I can't really compare it. But for not too much money, it's an action camera.
Now, could you get like one of the mounts that you could then put on your target? That would your range allow you to do that when you send your target out downrange, so that you could see like a close up of your target?
Well, I don't know. I haven't worried about it because, like I said, all the videos that I did where you see my target, that's all with that same Canon that I have, where I can, zoom in close enough where tight enough where you see everything you want. And then the Akaso, I've got a magnetic mount, and I'll stick it to the side of the stall so you can see whoever's shooting. I'll either use that or sometimes I'll use just use my cell phone. So I've got an attachment for a cell phone.
Yeah, I so I don't know if you saw in that video that I did with the patches that tripod that I had my cell phone on. That was a newer acquisition that is going to hopefully start working into its rotation, because on there it has a Bluetooth remote, so I can actually use that, and I think it's got a either 30-foot or 30-yard Bluetooth range for the remote, so you can,
It's probably closer to the 30-foot. Bluetooth
Right.
doesn't go that far.
yeah. I don't remember. I'd have to. The package is out in the rig, but yeah. So yeah, I got that so that I can use that tripod, and then I can always use that remote because I have a different tripod that is kind of smaller and it has the bendy legs and everything.
Yeah, those are great. Those are really handy to have.
Yeah, I picked that one up at like Bimart for like I think $9. For the bendy leg one, and it's nice because like some of the times when I film in the car and everything, I was using just a cell phone attachment that plugs onto like your heater vent or whatever, but I couldn't get the camera up high enough. So with that bendy leg one, I can put the camera up and wrap the legs around the steering wheel so the camera is more like either dead straight on or kind of got a downward angle, so I can get so I'm not filming up my nose.
Yeah, I've used that for overhead shots before. Just put it up on an extension ladder, wrapped it around the ladder so I could get a nice high overhead shot.
How do those connect to your phone then?
Like the other tripods, you just they have the cell phone holder attachment, or you can it has an attachment where you can put just a regular camera on there, so you have either choice on how you want to.
I've only ever seen the kind with like the stud for a camera. I haven't seen the kind. I guess you can just get like where you talk some kind of clamp or something.
Yeah, there's an attachment that screws into that stud.
Yep.
So,
Okay, I need to figure out something. I guess my problem is I've got an old, I don't know what the model is, but it's in the case, and then by the time you have the big wide phone and the case, every time I try to find some kind of thing that clamps onto a phone, it doesn't. It's too, it doesn't clamp big enough.
Yeah, like the one that I just got, that goes on. Let me pull up. I can show you. I guess I don't have it pre-signed on my phone. All right. I should look at.
Which phone do you have, G-Web?
See, I don't remember. I think it's a ruggedized one, so it was like a Galaxy something. I have to look. It'll tell me because it's in a case. I have to take it all apart, figure out the back.
Oh, do you have like a Otter box, like the real
Hold on. It's
everything
just
proof case?
it's just a piece of rubber basically, and then another piece of plastic that holds the rubber on. Hold on, I'm taking it.
Oh, okay.
I probably needed to take it out anyway. It's all gross in here. I have an S5 active. So
Yeah,
it's
you
not-
should be able, because like I've got a S7 with case. And the cell phone mount I use, it stretches a little wider than my case. So
So this is what.
There's snot or something in here. I'm glad I took that case off.
So like this here that you can see, it's kind of blown up. It's got the cell phone mount, and then you got that knob at the top where you can take and you twist that to adjust it so it can go around your cell phone case or just around your phone if you don't have a case on it. And then that screws on to that little mount right there.
Okay.
And then you've got your Bluetooth remote.
I never had one of them. Does that work with every phone?
Yeah. And then it goes all the way up, so you can have it from either like an 8-inch all the way up to 40 inches. And so then it has a nice little place right there at the bottom where your Bluetooth remote can stay on the actual tripod so you don't lose it. So when you get done filming or whatever, taking pictures or whatever, you can then just hook it right back to the tripod and it stays right together so you're not like losing it. And then of course that you can film either sideways or you can turn your phone so it's vertical, depending on how you want to film. So it fits all the way down to where it's just that damn small. And they call it like a selfie stick / tripod.
That's crazy. And it's strong even when it's out extended. I know.
Yeah. Like it's got the legs all fold up and it's super minimal, and yeah, I haven't had any problems with it. But I've only used it a couple times.
Do y'all put your phones in rubber cases or anything, or just leave them out by themselves?
I have mine in a Cedo case.
yeah, I've got mine in a case. So.
This thing isn't anything fancy. It's like, I'm sure it's like $10 or something. Oh wait, you're showing yours.
Yeah,
My lighting is horrible.
it's kind of
Yeah.
like a.
It's like a
UTV.
piece of rubber, and then you put that plastic over the rubber.
Well, this is all one piece. I don't like those 2-piece ones.
Yeah, I don't
but
know if I like it or not. That's just the way. But this thing was $10, so.
yeah,
Yeah,
But basically, the rubber is so soft that it would just fall off otherwise, which I kind of like because then it's got, what do you call that? Like it's tacky. It's like Hogue instead of Pachmeyer. That's the way I call it. Like I like it. Where if it was the kind of rubber that would stay on here without the plastic, it would be more like a tire. It would be like a stronger rubber. And I don't have a problem with that. I just don't. I like this kind of rubber too. Oh crap! I usually have my business card in there, so that if I lose my phone, I got my business card in there, and I totally forgot to put it back in there. I got to take it all apart again. But it is sort of a pain in the ass to get it because I have to take it all apart and then put it back together in like a certain order to get it to go back together. Oh, but I was asking because mine is pretty wide. Like I forget how small this phone is when I take it out here because I'm so used to having it all together.
So that's the case that I have on my phone.
You put the you put the part in front of your screen.
So when I mount, I have the actual screen pointing towards me. I'm not using the backup. I'm not using the back camera. I'm using the front face camera.
Oh, I'm saying, do you put the screen protector thing on top of your screen?
Yeah, I have the glass on there. It's like a Gorilla Glass. And I can tell you, this case here is definitely rugged enough. They forget what they say the impact rating is, but I have dropped mine from like 6 feet down onto concrete, and it's landed face down. So, and didn't break any of the glass or anything. So, and I drop my phone all the damn time.
I've dropped it a couple of times, but not kind of it.
I had mine fly off my forklift at work and bounce across concrete.
Back when the Galaxy first came out, you used to be able to get an actual rubber case, which I loved, but it would pick up lint. But I had dropped it a couple times, and the rubber was bouncy and soft. You wouldn't even hear it hit the ground.
Yep. Well, guys, I think we're down to like 7 people watching. So we want to go ahead and give our outros. We'll start with Mr. G Webs. Thank you again for coming on and all the 2A that you put in. So you want to give your outros when you got new shows coming on or anything?
I appreciate it. Thanks for the opportunity to jump on. Thanks for having a show every week. No, I don't have anything coming up. Listen to your show with Chris, though. It was pretty good. So recommend that.
Thank you again. Mr. DM Foss, you got anything coming up? You going to do a Saturday live stream?
Maybe. Well, first I dropped a link for Wiley Guns 1776, so everybody go check out his channel. See what he's got going on. I think his last video that I saw that he put out was his EDC setup, or I think that was. I don't know. That's the last one I watched. But go give him a sub, give him a check out. And I'm gonna put out a video the next day or so. I just crossed 250, so I was gonna do another giveaway. So I'll make a video for that. Thank you. And thanks to everybody that has subbed. I really appreciate it. Kind of that's all I got going on, really. So if check out anybody that's been on the channel. There were links I put out a little earlier, or check out anybody that's been out in the chat. See what they got going on, or even better, start making videos yourself. You never know who wants to hear what you have to say.
Exactly. So I want to thank Kingpin, and if you're not subscribed to Kingpin, definitely go check him out. He does a lot for everybody, and he's always active in chats, and he never promotes himself, so we got to promote him. And I definitely want to say congratulations to Rougarou channel. I believe he's 320 subscribers. So,
327 when I looked earlier.
yeah, he's getting ready to hit that 350 mark, and he's going gangbusters. So, congratulations. I want to thank Wheeled and Well Armed, Guns and Barbecue, New York Outcast, R4 Mississippi Thunder. I know I'm probably forgetting somebody else that was on the, but thank everybody who was on the panel, and stay safe, everyone. See you all next week.